WTF Forum is a decentralized broadcast network with no governing body of any kind and is produced and distributed by a loosely affiliated, ever-growing network of rogue, independent content creators. This forum does not, will not, and shall not have any one location, RSS feed, platform, or channel, but shall be shared and multiplied as nature dictates.
Welcome to the WTF Forum. The hosts do not give financial, legal, medical, or any kind of advice. Opinions are their own. This broadcast contains foul language and dangerous ideas. If you need a trigger warning, you are in the wrong place. Now enjoy the show.
Peanut the squirrel, viral sensation. Fans, you know how it is with people with pets on the internet. Social media embraced it. It's not the only guy. You see squirrels, raccoons, all kinds of stuff, right? Now its owner, Mark Longo, is going through something we're not used to. He took in Peanut 7 years ago, found him injured on the streets of New York City, shared their journey together on the internet ever since. They really had quite the relationship. It was really, really cute to watch. Then the government gets involved. New York State's Department of Environmental Conservation, DEC, raided his home and took the squirrel and this pet raccoon that he has. Now remember, he didn't just find these things. They said, well, he was potentially exposed to rabies. He had the squirrel for 7 years. Does it look like it has rabies?
We have a very disappointing and sad update now on the saga of Peanut the squirrel.
You might have heard this little guy's been making headlines this week, and New York State officials now tell us the pet squirrel has been put down. Authorities seized Peanut from a home in Pine City, New York. It's a little south of Elmira. Apparently, there have been multiple complaints. Peanut's owner says the squirrel's mother was hit by a car, and he'd been taking care of the animal ever since. The owner runs an animal sanctuary and says he knows it's illegal to own a wild animal without a license, and says he was working to get Peanut certified as an educational animal. A raccoon taken during the same raid also put down. The State Department of Environmental Conservation said,
"It has come to my attention that the corrupt state of New York, using the Department of Environmental Conservation, killed poor Peanut the squirrel as well as his little buddy Fred the raccoon. They hunted them down and killed them like dogs in their own home. And what was their crime other than being different? Very sad. Peanut will never see his owner again." This is, of course, from the same corrupt state that came after me over my perfect business dealings. There have never been more perfect business dealings, and there has never been a more perfect squirrel than poor Peanut. If Kamala Harris wins this Tuesday, which she won't, but if she does, you can expect even more of this. Your tax dollars funding police busting down your door and removing your furry friends like they're illegal immigrants. Except they aren't illegal immigrants who I will be coming after on day one. No, these are just your furry friends. Never hurt a soul, brought so much joy. It's an easy decision, America. Vote for me and keep your squirrels. Keep all of your pets. Or vote for Kamala and you'll have to hide your pets like Anne Frank in that attic.
If you like that, make sure to subscribe and follow for more.
I'm Donald Trump and I approve this message. Follow and subscribe to Danny's Perfect Content.
I'm Kamala Harris, and I also approve this message.
What the fuck's up, everybody? Welcome to the WTF Forum. It is so good to see all of you tonight. You know, it's like an old-fashioned forum here. We've got some of the greats, I have to say. I am Mike the Polymath, Easy Peasy Podcast, and I will pass it over to my good friend, Ando.
Ando, Burn, Babylon Burn, and the Doom Kitchen. Welcome to the show, Drew.
Yeah, Drew Missing from Your Missing the Point podcast, and I'll pass it over to Phyto.
I'm Phytophiliac, and you can catch me on plantbasedmusic.org, and also I have music on all the major streaming platforms.
Hell yeah. Well, you know, I would like to get a little update from every one of you, honestly, because it's been a while since I've seen any of you. But before we do that, have you all seen this Peanut the squirrel story? This is all over Twitter. I woke up this morning, I pulled up Twitter, and this was everywhere.
It's Harambe Part 2.
Harambe Part 2. For those of you that don't know, Harambe was the gorilla who many people think, when Harambe was euthanized, set us off on a completely new and darker timeline. Drew?
Well, this is going to get much darker if a squirrel and a raccoon have just been offed by the state. Regardless of whether they're considered to be wild animals, they didn't deserve to die. They could have been rehomed or rehabilitated to some kind of capacity. But this story's blowing up more and more by the minute. I've seen a lot of unconfirmed reports that both of these owners were actually OnlyFans models, and we know what those types of people are. And they were redirecting all the traffic from Peanut the Squirrel's engagements back to their OnlyFans.
Okay, that's news to me. I did not know they were OnlyFans creators, if you will. That's news. Whoa. So all this, oh, poor us, we were just trying to start an animal sanctuary. There might be a little more to it.
I think it's more of the same old incendiary storytelling they like to give us just to keep us distracted from what's actually going on. You know, everybody loves animals, especially like squirrels and raccoons. I mean, they're so cute and everybody loves them. And especially the animal activists, I'm surprised they're not like PETA and all of them are not just screaming from the rafters about this. But yeah, it's just another one of those things you can it's one of those litmus tests. If it's something that pisses you off, it's probably designed to do that. So I'm not going to speak to the right or wrongness of it because it's irrelevant at this point. And it's just another distraction tactic, and it's cats in boxes. Open the box, jump in.
Well, Fido, I heard that the Democrats are happy that this Peanut the squirrel has been euthanized because it held some rather anti-Semitic views.
Well, then maybe you deserve to die. I don't know.
Are you saying that Peanut was a far-right extremist?
Hey, all I'm saying is Peanut was a squirrel, and there's a photo of Hitler feeding a squirrel. So by that type of logic, all squirrels
by the what do they call it in like trigonometry? The by the transitive property.
Yeah.
The squirrel was clearly a Nazi.
Yeah, that's it.
The memes did crack me up today. Like this one here where Bart Simpson is blind and it says illegal immigrants, government, is the blind Bart Simpson. And then it says pet squirrels and it's Bart Simpson with a telescope, it's like clearly they have certain priorities, right? And this one was rather fetching. Peanut for president. It's a very Trumpian looking squirrel. I could go on, but the memes were rather rich.
I've seen some good ones where it's the take off the "Don't Tread on Me" flag and it's got Peanut instead, so it's replaced the snake with a squirrel. That's quite good. I like that one.
How about this one here? Look at me. I'm the George Floyd now.
There's been some good ones. You can only bring one of these people back, and it has Peanut and George Floyd.
Yeah.
Did you see the one? Have you seen it? I don't know if anybody's posted it yet, but did anyone have Peanut for the month of November? Meme. I'm sure that one's floating around somewhere.
I didn't see that, but what I said in the Telegram chat for our little WTF forum group was this was the October-ish surprise that nobody saw coming. I mean, who would have thought a squirrel in the final days leading up to the election, a squirrel of all things would be the hot topic? And
this is the scary
before I let you go, Drew, for those that have listened to the WTF forum from the beginning, they know that me personally, I have a vendetta against squirrels. You will not find anybody with more of an anti-squirrel bias than myself. But even I am sympathizing with Peanut Go ahead, Drew.
I
Sorry.
can't help but feel somewhat responsible for the death of Peanut the squirrel, because on the 26th of October, I put up a meme that said, breaking, Korean flamethrower squirrels have reached the United States. And I said that was the October surprise. And now poor Peanut's dead. I think I manifested his death.
You were halfway correct. Yes, yes. Fido, had you heard about this whole Peanut fiasco?
I think something about it had come across my news feed, but I was like, you know what? I don't want to know. Because it just seemed like everybody was going on about it. I was like, I'm sure I'll figure it out eventually at some point.
Well, here's your opportunity. And like I said, I do want to get an update from every one of you. But perhaps before we do that, you know, as usual on the forum, I love to incorporate a little bit of music. And it didn't take long for one of our, you know, fellow internet, I don't know what you'd call them, internet warriors, to write a song.
By the way, never say netizen. It's just if somebody says that, they're a bad person automatically.
Can you give us a definition? What do you say, netizen?
Netizen, like citizen of the internet.
I see.
As soon as you hear that, you know that whoever is saying it is just somebody you don't want to have anything to do with.
Fair enough. Well, here's a little song about our dearly departed Peanut.
The law sees danger where I see light. They hold the power, but that don't make it right. When hearts collide with walls so strong, how can we fight when love is called wrong? They took more than a squirrel from me that day. They took the piece that helped me stay. 1,000 voices rise to defend, but can they bring you home again? Took more than a squirrel from me that day. They took the piece that helped me stay. 1,000 voices rise to defend, but can they bring you home again? The law sees danger where I see light. They hold the power, but that don't make it right. When hearts collide with walls so strong, how can we fight when love called wrong?
A wholesome squirrel, right?
Y'all, that is a fat ass squirrel. What did he do to it?
I think that squirrel was watching those two fuck on OnlyFans. The squirrel.
I don't think we're allowed to talk about that if they're using a
squirrel
squirrel
was
with
the cuck.
OnlyFans.
So I found Owen's tweet for you, which was pretty hilarious. He's got a bunch about Peanut, but this was the one that kicked it off. Republicans are now.
Benjamin?
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah,
Owen Benjamin. When I say Owen, that's usually who I'm talking about. But
I figured.
Big Bear. Here we go. Republicans are now publicly mourning a squirrel that was used to promote a man's Squirrel Daddy OnlyFans. That's so fucking funny to me. Government tyranny. Ha ha ha. How dare they? Squirrel Daddy and Peanut were doing pornos to save more animals, like this lesbian raccoon you can chat with. Guys, get mad at me all you want. It's so unbelievably stupid. I think whoever runs the system is the greatest comedian to ever live. So it sucks. And I know you've got it out for squirrels. It's gross. At the same time, we're giving this guy a bunch of publicity because remember, this guy's not dead. His pets are. And this is probably blowing up his OnlyFans. And yeah, I don't like the idea of going in and killing people's pet. They're like, I guess, typically wild animals, whatever. But, at the same time, this guy is getting huge off of this stuff. And we don't really need to see that.
Let me point out. So, okay, first of all, I had a friend in college that had a pet raccoon. And it was like, he admitted it was like this raccoon's on the down low. Like, don't be telling people about my pet raccoon. Like this isn't like this is illegal, And so when I see this story blow up, right, and all this coverage, and it's on TMZ, it's on Fox News, it's on everything, you guys know me. I tend to be on this forum like probably the most naive, or at least I tend towards the side of naivete. And I'm the one that wants to believe that people are being honest generally, but this story really did kind of scream out to me as like, this just feels so forced. So this here is apparently the actual couple who lost the squirrel. Not to mention, we should not forget Fred the raccoon. Okay. The government took both Peanut the squirrel and Fred the raccoon. Why Peanut gets all the attention, I'm not sure, except that maybe squirrels are more appealing than raccoons. But this is their supposedly, I guess, fresh and honest reaction to the news that their squirrel had been euthanized.
We just learned that they have euthanized Peanut.
And the raccoon as well.
And the raccoon as well. I am so sorry. This must be really difficult for you.
It not only tears my family apart, but Peanut was the cornerstone of our nonprofit animal rescue. And 10 to 12 DEC officers raided my house as if I was a drug dealer. I was sat outside my house for 5 hours. I had to get a police escort to my bathroom. I wasn't even allowed to feed my rescue horses breakfast or lunch. I was sat there like a criminal. After they interrogated my wife to check out her immigration status, then proceeded to ask me if I had cameras in my house, then proceeded to go through every cabinet, nook, and cranny of my house for a squirrel and a raccoon.
Do you think he had any cameras in the house, guys? Hello. I had no idea about the OnlyFans thing. Are you saying for sure these were OnlyFans performers?
Yeah, it's come out that they have an OnlyFans like couples account.
I have a quick question. What was it that got the DEA's attention on him? Do we know?
We don't. The accusation is that somebody ratted on him, basically.
Well, I know that in a lot of states it's actually illegal to quote unquote to have a raccoon as a pet.
Right.
Like in Texas.
Wild animals.
Yeah, in Texas, well, specifically a raccoon though. In the state of Texas, it's illegal to have to keep a raccoon as a pet. And even if you're like taking them to the vet and getting them, whatever, vaccinated or keeping them healthy or whatever, it's illegal. I mean, I have mixed feelings about that, but that's a discussion for another day. But yeah, in the state of Texas, it is currently illegal. So I know there's like a few other states. Some other states don't care. They don't have a ruling on that, but I do know that there's quite a few states that do have that as a legal statute. I'm just curious as to how he got so strongly onto the DEA's radar. The DEA, that's a drug enforcement agency. Why is the drug enforcement agency?
No, it wasn't the drug enforcement agency. It was the Department of Environmental something or other. I believe it's a state agency.
Something to do. So sounds like it's something to do with animal protection. So maybe he like crossed somebody and pissed them off, and then they just reported him to the Animal Protection Agency.
I believe it was. I think they said the Department of Environmental Conservation, the DEC.
Oh, okay. DEC. Okay.
And that's a New York State agency.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
He probably pissed someone off, and they basically swatted him with the Environmental Protection Agency type organization. Okay.
Nothing conserves an animal like offing it.
I know, right?
Well, there is that irony. There is that irony. And far be it, I'm not one to take the side of the government, right? But this is far from unique, okay? This happens all the fucking time. The question is, why is it like, front page news all of a sudden, right? Like, who are these people? Apparently the squirrel, in fact, was the superstar of squirrels. He was the first squirrel to ever reach like 1 million followers on fucking TikTok or whatever. Big whoop-de-doo, right? But this is a famous squirrel, and that's why it's news. But this kind of thing happens all the goddamn time. People have fucking pets that they're not supposed to have, whatever. I don't believe that's necessarily something that should be legislated or regulated. Whatever. If you want to live with a rabid raccoon, that's your business. But the whole thing is just so funny. Like it was just shoved down our throats. All of a sudden, like I said, I wake up and it's all Peanut the squirrel on Instagram, on Twitter, everywhere. It's Peanut the squirrel. Like too much.
It's entirely scripted. You can tell. It just doesn't seem organic in any capacity. So much so, this is nearly line for line the exact same story of something that happened in Australia a little more than a month ago, where a family had raised a injured magpie and it grew up being best friends with a pit bull, and they had all this huge, big Instagram following and people loved them and supported it. Very similar to this. And a local council stepped in and took away the bird. And the only difference with this one is that, Peanut died, where the magpie was actually returned to the family in Australia's case. But it's the same thing. All it did was whip up a frenzy with the conservative base and the freedom-orientated, average person that thought it was government overreach, and redirected people away from other stuff that was going on at the exact same time. So my question would be, outside of just, say, the generic US election that's coming up on Tuesday, what else happened around the time of this squirrel being executed by the state? There's got to be something bigger.
Like what was it covering up? What story?
Yeah, exactly. Was there something, I don't know, more important, like maybe a family got murdered by illegal immigrants or something they really wanted to detract away from?
I was talking to my mom this morning, and it's weird. My mom has been following the adventures of Young Thug. And it's hilarious that my own mom is following that case, because it's about this rapper. My mom doesn't listen to rap music.
Really funny. That's like hilarious. Why is your mom so into it?
She's completely involved in this. She was telling me from the get-go, the whole sordid drama of the thing that's going on with Young Thug. And I was like, I don't understand what's going on with this. She was explaining all the ins and outs of it and how the DA is keeping discovery from the defense. And I'm like, why do you care? But they've just recently, there was some updates in that case. And because I didn't understand the importance of this case, but the thing is, they're basically doing to Young Thug what they did to Alex Jones, and what they're doing to Donald Trump. And your words and your music and your content is making people do stuff that's against the law. And it's because of you that other people are doing this. And throughout the course of this case, they had she said they've had 6 or 7 defendants along with Young Thug that were getting charged. And because now they've got a new judge, the judge has been the original judge got recused because of inappropriate behavior on the bench. So they got brought in a different judge, and this new judge, she is unveiling a whole bunch of inappropriate actions by the DA, and she's basically gave them an ultimatum. I'm going to either dismiss this trial with prejudice or without prejudice, and it's up to you guys to figure out which one this is going to end up being. And if they do it with prejudice, they won't be able to bring charges against him again at a future time. And so what's really happened with this case is the DA basically got put in their place, and now they have basically got the defense is down to 2 people, and instead of the original 6, and a lot of the charges have been dropped. A lot of plea deals are being made, and it's a really big deal legally speaking, because it sets a precedent from a legal standpoint. And I think it's so big, I think it really is important, and it's something that people are not paying attention to, because now all of a sudden we have a dead squirrel, and people love animals so damn much, and this is what's sucking all the attention away from actual legal precedent that's being set right now, stuff that can be used against any one of us at the drop of a hat.
Speaking of the memes that have come out of this Peanut situation, I did see one where it was innocent girl raped and murdered by illegal immigrants, and nobody's looking, and then squirrel euthanized and everybody gives a fuck, right? And again, I have expressed my pure hatred of squirrels, so maybe that puts me in a unique position to say fuck Peanut. What's really going on here? you know? So I pulled up this this article that you shared, Drew. I don't know if you want to share anything more about this, but I do have a thought about the image of, not just the image, but the I suppose the symbolism of the squirrel that we could go into. But any thoughts on this magpie that was apparently, what was the problem exactly?
The fact that it was in danger because it was living in captivity with a dog. So that was the greatest threat to its life, was that it was around another animal, had formed a relationship
Because it
with.
couldn't fly away at all.
Yes.
When it was outside.
Here's the issue. This dates back to March, and it was recently returned, is my understanding. But what I'm noticing about these types of stories are, it kicks in a really visceral, emotive response from the mainstream community. Humans are very empathetic towards animals, and we get really upset when we see animals get hurt. But for the most time, we're really desensitized to human beings being hurt. So I think they throw these types of stories at us to really desensitize us from the actual issues that are going on. Like, this story came up in Australia when there was massive youth crime gangs going nuts across the country, and the police doing a damn thing about it, with break and enters, beating of elderly people. A guy got his hand hacked off by someone wielding a machete, someone who was of North African extraction, bust into someone's house and cut a guy's hand off. This came out the same week as it. So I'm not saying all stories are fake in this type of approach, but they seem to place certain stories into the news cycle to detract away from more important conversations.
Well, the last little bit here I have on Peanut, and this, you won't hear this anywhere else but the WTF forum, but Peanut has a past.
Tampa police say a serial armed robber is behind bars now after they caught him trying to get away from his most recent holdup. That one on camera there. They believe that this was at least his third armed robbery in just over a month.
Yeah, man. Peanut was bad news. I'm just saying.
He was also a black squirrel too, just pointing that out.
Clearly that was satirical or whatever you want to call it.
Drew, that's racist.
Yeah, that was a black squirrel.
Where's the uproar? As black squirrel was killed by the state, no one cares.
Black squirrel lives matter.
Do you call it a squigger? What do you? Oh, who said that? No, okay, so these squirrels, man, like, I don't trust squirrels. I never have. I don't believe that they have good in them. I believe they are pure evil, in fact. And I saw a meme that was like, the Republican Party needs to drop the elephant as their, iconic, animal in favor of the squirrel. And that one didn't seem like a joke to me when I saw it. I go, holy fuck, is this the psyop? I go, because in my mind, like, elephants are emotionally intelligent, socially, like, connected, very, like, forward thinking creatures. They're very, they mourn their dead, they honor their elders, like, they're very interesting. Like, elephant culture is interesting versus squirrels, who are basically just greedy little fucks who will steal and fucking fight each other. And like, it is one squirrel. It's like one for one, not one.
Oh, and they hoard their treasures too.
They do. They're hoarders. They're totally different animals. Not to mention the fact that they are, in fact, rodents. And I have eaten squirrel, and there was something incredibly satisfying. Even though I was like, it's a rodent, like, kind of gross. I'm like, fuck that little squirrel. You're yummy. I'm gonna eat the fuck out of you, little motherfucker.
That's why I call them tree rats.
Tree rats.
Tree rats.
Yeah. No, they are food. They shouldn't be pets. That's kind of my stance, and they certainly shouldn't be like the symbol of a party, a political party. I much prefer the symbol of the elephant.
Squirrels fall in that same category as rabbits, in that there are some creatures on the earth whose only purpose in existence is to be food for other animals. And that's rabbits and squirrels for sure.
They are nothing more than a means of taking grass and turning it into meat and or, acorns, right? If we're talking rabbits for squirrels, the beauty of these prey animals is, they take nasty shit we don't want to eat, like grass and fucking acorns, and turn it into yummy meat. Nom nom.
So I'm a bit confused now because I thought the purpose of a squirrel was to sit in the corner of a room and watch people produce OnlyFans.
It's a good question, Drew.
All right. Well, let he who has never sinned cast the first nut.
It does take the whole idea of nutting to a different place.
Oh no.
Yeah. Sorry, Fido. Sorry. We're dirty. We're dirty boys. What can you do?
Now the thing with squirrels though, it's like there's so friggin' many of them, and I know that maybe if it was tamed, like just about any animal is capable of showing love and care and maybe a little bit of empathy, but most animals their tameness is contingent upon, it's a transactional
It's
relationship.
transactional. That's a good word for it.
Well, yeah,
It's
that's
a
how
transactional
that's how
relationship.
anything
It's
is
their-
trained, though.
Yeah. And so, but it's not
It's like
I don't know if they truly appreciate so much the fact that you saved their life, but they do appreciate being fed. I know that much.
That, I mean, to me, that was the question I was kind of gonna try to get at, was like what is the difference between a cat, a dog, a cow, a pig, a lamb, these so-called domesticated creatures that we have bred and trained into being docile? What's the difference between them and these so-called wild animals that clearly there's examples of folks who have somewhat domesticated at least individuals of these species, but by and large, that's not the norm. They are not a domesticated species, right? So like I said, I had a friend in college that had a relatively docile, trained, domesticated raccoon. And I've heard of people with, possums. I've heard of people with, various things. But when it's the exception and not the norm, I mean, is that just, you got to kind of wonder, I guess, what is the true nature of any given species, right? Like we all kind of, every individual species has their own nature. And some are more or less prone to being domesticated, human beings included, I suppose. I don't know. I'm kind of ranting here, but I suppose you catch my drift. Again, I don't like the idea of a squirrel being the image of, okay, this is the thought that had crossed my mind a few minutes ago. So I think part of like the psyop of libertarianism and like rugged individualism, that's the squirrel. That's the image of the squirrel. The squirrel is the rugged individualist. The elephant is actually more of the family man. The townsman.
Well, look at the Republican Party today. They're kind of squirrels anyway,
Yeah, well, yeah.
They're at least they're not the traditional elephant that they're meant to be, but they're just people that are not as left as the leftists. They're still on the left. So I mean that's just where we're at right now. I mean it's a step in the right direction, but and these mascots don't matter. By the way, the Libertarian Party's actual thing is a porcupine. It's supposed to be something along the lines of, if you mess with me, then you get the quills,
Right. Don't fuck with me. Yeah, right.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't know about anything living up to a mascot. I mean, except for maybe the Democrats, they are a bunch of jackasses. So, there's that.
Yeah. If the shoe fits. Why do you think they picked the fucking donkey of all things? Just
I have no idea. What if
persistence?
this was the elephant was chosen because of Edison electrocuting that elephant, and that was like a thing back in the day, and it was this whole Harambe peanut ritual all over again. And then and so now they're going to replace the martyred animal with a new martyred animal.
Well, and if we're really getting conspiratorial, don't elephants love peanuts? Just saying. I don't know whether it's a squirrel or an actual legume. It doesn't matter.
Oh, it was a sacrifice to Moloch. There we go. All makes sense.
It all makes sense now. No, that honestly, it's a pretty silly thing to even ponder. The squirrel was just so overwhelming in my newsfeed. I felt like something was amiss. It was gross. Like it was gross overload of Peanut the squirrel just shoved down my throat.
Do you know what the scary thing is, though? Israel could have nuked Lebanon off the map and completely wiped it from existence. I mean, you wouldn't have known because of that goddamn squirrel.
We were paying attention to the wrong shit. Yeah. Well,
this is how they do it. This is how they've always done it. Every big thing that's happened has been hidden under some moral panic.
I was going to say, well, the biggest moral panic right now is the immigration issue. I don't know if you guys caught this stuff with John Fetterman on Rogan, and thank God it's a pretty short clip, but I've been astonished at just like the cognitive dissonance, I suppose, but like also just the unwillingness to recognize like there is no shared reality. There is no we've talked about this before. There's whatever you want to believe is what you believe and what's true. People don't exist on the same plane right now.
We need a secure border. It's a significant issue. And if I thought there was any kinds of issues, and I've been very vigilant throughout, I've been actively involved in those kinds of things. And I've never witnessed those kinds of a thing.
What do you mean by issues? Like what kind of issues you're talking about? You're talking about people letting people in order to get votes?
Well, it's not. There's not that level kinds. I don't think there's that level kinds of organization.
But there is an organization that's moving these people to swing states. There's a significant number of these people that are illegal immigrants that have made their way to swing states. And then there's been calls for amnesty. There's been calls for allowing these people to have a pathway to citizenship and allow them to vote. The fear that a lot of people have is that this is a coordinated effort to take these people that you're allowing to come into the country, then you're providing them with all sorts of services like food stamps and housing and setting them up, then providing a pathway to amnesty. And then you would have voters that would be significantly voting towards the Democrats because they're the people that enabled them to come into the country in the first place and provided them with those services. This is a big fear that people have, and that you're rigging this system and that this will turn all these states into essentially locked blue like California is.
Well, it's immigration is always going to be a tough issue in our nation. I had as a professor in grad school, Alan Simpson, and he was a United States senator. He was Wyoming, and he was actually a pro-choice Republican. I mean, how rare that would be. Well, it doesn't exist now. And he said, you are never going to have any meaningful immigration kinds of legislation. He's like, because both sides, that's useful for them, and it's going to be back and forth. And he said that 25 years ago.
Useful meaning the debate, having it always a political
it's
talking
useful
point
for one side or the other. It's useful, and he said there were never going to be, and he said that in 1999.
Mhm.
And I voted for the border deal, and that went down. And that's, I mean, he said that 25 years ago, and that was absolutely true now, that they had an opportunity to do a comprehensive border, bipartisan, and that went down because Trump He declared that's a bad deal after it was negotiated with the other side.
But didn't that deal also involve amnesty, and didn't that deal also involve a significant number of illegal aliens being allowed into the country every year? I think it was 2 million people. So it was still the same sort of situation, and their fear is exactly what I talked about, that these people will be moved to swing states, and that will be used to essentially rig those states and turn them blue forever.
Well, I'm not really sure if that's what's in play. I think it's really it's important that we have an honest conversation.
But doesn't that seem logical, though? If you have a significant number of people that are being moved into swing states that have come across the border illegally, and then you've provided them with all these services, you provided them with food stamps, EBT, you've provided them with housing. You could, if you gave those people amnesty and allowed those people to vote, and it was very organized. You're talking about 75,000 votes over a few counties that switched everything over to the Republicans. You could see how you import 10 million people over the course of 4 years illegally, and then move a significant number of them to swing states, and then provide them with all these services, and then give them a path to citizenship. You essentially rig those states.
Undeniably, immigration is changing our nation. I mean, I haven't spent a lot of time in Texas, but it's very clear that immigration has remade Texas, and I think it's for a good. We need a.
Okay, guys. I know that was actually a little longer than I insinuated, but point of bringing that up, we are on the cusp of the election, okay, and I'm very curious to send this around the horn. We actually have a new host in the room, so this will be a great opportunity. Like I said, I would like to get an update from everybody, personally, and I suppose politically, where you're feeling, what you're thinking as we come up. We're only 2 days, I believe, away from, election day. And I think we have probably a diversity of opinions on the election to some degree, on whether or not it's worth voting on many different things. But I will just shut the fuck up. And like I said, if I can send it around, maybe I'll start with Bear Snare since he just popped in.
Well, because that's my senator, Senator Fetterman.
There you go. There you go. Straight out of PA, right? Fucking. So, Bear, number one, what's up with you personally? What's new? How you doing? And number two, how you feeling about this election? Are you going to vote? And whatever you want to say.
Well, I've been great. I've been very busy. I've been packing the freezer with deer and trying to tie up some summer projects. It's long past summer at this point, but
did you bag a deer yourself?
I bagged 2. I got a buck and a doe in one morning, so that was like a nice quick hunting season for me, pretty much.
Bow or shotgun?
Crossbow.
Cool. Very cool.
Yep. Yeah, so I'm pretty happy about that. We're fighting off the deer ticks here. And I've been painting and resurfacing the porch and stuff, and it's been good. And as far as voting and not voting, I've remained pretty undecided. I'm pretty sure I'm voting for Trump though. And if it was just the presidential election, I might not vote, but because there's local stuff as well to vote for, it's like, I'm gonna go do the ritual anyway, and if it counts for something, it does, and if it doesn't, it doesn't.
It's funny, I think a lot of us maybe came from like the anarchistic point of view, and we're still whatever, we are where we are, but it's okay to like adjust your opinions and to adjust your perspectives and your approaches. And if you want to vote, man, like I'm not gonna ever judge anybody that votes, right? I personally, I'm still not going to participate this year, even though if I were to, there's only one way I would lean, but I still just don't want to participate. I guess I will pass it. Well, we do have Rob. I don't know if you're ready to talk yet. You're just fresh in the room. Rob, are you there?
Can you hear me? Check 1,
yes, sir.
Check 2.
Yes.
Yep, you're there.
All right.
How we doing, Rob? So I will say,
Oh wow, yeah.
I was basically, everybody was gonna just kind of like give us an update on what's new in their lives real quick and how they're feeling about the election, whether or not they're gonna participate. So if you don't mind, go ahead.
Yeah, that's actually one reason why I'm driving back to New Mexico a little bit early, is because this is one of the ones I usually don't participate. And my reasoning behind that was because they use the registration rolls and the voting rolls for targeting people. This has been known for a very long time. So I normally don't. But I guess at this point, it doesn't matter, because what we found out is they're using AI to target us anyway. So it doesn't matter. That's shot to shit. That excuse for me is now gone. So away I go with my little voting bullshit. So
Ando, you want to follow that up?
Well, yeah. I don't think some sort of magic spell happens if you do or don't vote. I'm in a state that has been solidly red, but they keep trying to say that Texas is a purple state, and that concerns me. And so I figured it was good enough to go nullify the vote of some illegal alien, and hopefully put an end to them thinking that they've made some cracks here. And they may have. I mean, every time somebody, like, remember when Beto was running and just got obliterated? He got obliterated by Ted Cruz. Now they're saying that Colin Allred has a chance against Ted Cruz, and I'm like, it's just going to be the same Beto shit over again. But yeah, I don't think anything happens if you do or don't vote. I don't think some sort of magic spell occurs and you know, oh, I'm standing on my principles. Fuck your principles. They're importing a shitload of illegals here every single day, and that's going to catch up to you a lot faster than your fucking principles are. There's that, and then there's the continuation of Biden's cabinet. Kamala Harris doesn't have a mind of her own. She's just a prostitute, and she's going to do whatever her handlers, who are probably Biden's handlers. I think she might have somebody else running her as well. I'm not totally sure. But anyway, she's probably just going to let the same crew that got us into the Ukraine war, the same crew that's been persecuting Christians and Republicans in court under Merrick Garland, the same crew that's just been doing all of the shit that they're doing right now, that it would be just a continuation of that. She doesn't have anybody in mind. She doesn't even know. She doesn't even have a mind. She just does what she's supposed to do, and she does it badly. I mean, there shouldn't even be a race at this point. She's been so terrible anytime she speaks. And did you see Fetterman up there stuttering and stammering and just looking like a slob as usual? And I'm a truck driver. I have an
I'm
excuse.
actually
You're a
impressed
fucking
with
senator.
how well he has it together. I didn't see the whole Rogan episode or anything. This is the first I've seen of it, but I am actually a little bit impressed with how he's been. In general, he seems like he's exceeded expectations, which, to be honest, was obviously very, very low. So that's not saying much.
If they had seen how actually collected and coherent he's become in the last few months, if they were smart, they might have run him, because he's a middle of the road sort of Democrat that appeals to a wide range of people, and he's very relatable and sympathetic.
And obviously, Democrats have no problem voting for retarded people.
And he almost shot a black guy. So, I mean, that gives him points with me right away. I mean, shit.
Okay. So, hey, can I jump in here? Ando, you mentioned that Kamala Harris is a prostitute. With all the talk of, apocalypse and revelations and stuff like that that's been going around for the last year or so, or maybe even more, isn't it funny that we have the Whore of Babylon versus the Antichrist?
Kind of funny, but I mean, it's not exactly what it is, but yeah, it is funny. Yeah, it's ridiculous though that you know that there's a tape of her somewhere, and that's something we can guarantee. And if it comes out, I don't even know if it would do anything, and because everybody already knows about her ties to Montel and Willie Brown.
She'd put it on OnlyFans, and it would probably get more of like the Gen Z vote, And I don't know what the campaign finance rules around OnlyFans might be, but it's probably open for interpretation.
And it's the same point I made about Hunter Biden months ago, is that the people that are controlling everything with sexual blackmail, all these people are so compromised, and the more that you make it allowed and acceptable, the less that their blackmail has value. And so they could be pissing off the all the people that run these rape islands.
If nobody cares, what good is the blackmail?
Exactly.
I will respond real quick before I pass it to Fido. Drew, I'm going to save you for last, only because you are the outsider's perspective here. You have no choice but to not participate in this election. You're not a citizen of the United States. So I'm going to save you for last, but I will say to one thing, Ando, that I heard you say. You talked about the whole not voting on principle. And that's sort of where I started. Like, if you had asked me 4 years ago, I was basically not voting on principle. At this point, I'm kind of not voting just on the realization of, electoral college rules. My state is voting red no matter if I vote or not. So what's it matter? Like you said, though, Ando, local stuff does matter. And so I will admit, maybe shamefully, that I do not educate myself well enough to cast a vote on the local stuff, which I very well maybe should. I maybe should put that effort in. But I've become so disenchanted with democracy in general that I have shunned it entirely.
Well, the count has to matter, at least for how much they have to cheat. And so why not make their job a little harder,
Well, what if I said, in a way, I almost hope that it's so obvious, if Indiana, say, does go blue, which actually, if I'm not mistaken, we did for Obama once.
You guys did.
Yeah.
What were you talking about? You were like, oh, we always vote red. I'm like, no, wait a second.
So no, you're right. It's not unprecedented. So it's halfway believable, but I don't see it happening this time around. Then again, who am I to say? It depends on the level of rigging, right? But
do it to shit on somebody else's parade, dude. That's the only reason why I'm doing it.
Yeah,
because I hate these bastards so bad.
Calculation too.
Out of spite.
That I'm just like, F you now. Yeah. You know what? I'm voting for Peanut. Fuck you. Pardon my French. But I'm voting for Peanut.
Yeah.
Damn right.
Okay, I'm curious. I hope Fido's been here listening, because I'm curious to hear what she has to say.
Oh, I've been listening to everything you guys have been saying. And I will say this. You did say something real quick, just to update. So I've been pretty busy. I ended up going back to work. So my music production has actually kind of taken a bit of the back burner type situation. So I haven't been creating as much music as I'd hoped to. Dealing with a lot of family stuff right now, rebellious teenagers and all of that business. So I hope to be able to get back into it pretty soon, or at least put out some singles or something soon. And and also I've been working a full-time job again. So time is very valuable at this point. So that's part of why I haven't been on the forum the last several times.
Well,
so
we're glad you're here tonight, and you haven't missed many, luckily, for you.
Well, I'm gonna try to at least shoot for one a month, at least going forward.
No worries.
That being said, politically, I'm still on the fence as to whether or not I'm going to vote. And you pointed out something about local elections, and I will say that if I do go vote, it will be probably only for the local stuff, because right now our local area is going through a bit of a revelation regarding our local government and the way things have been run in our city. And there's been some speculation and hints at potential corruption that has been costing the city hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars. And the people that are responsible for clarifying those accusations and potential wrongdoings are being very tight-lipped, and they're being very defensive about what's been actually going on and how things are actually being done. That it's lending to a big air of, well, we're not going to tell you because, we haven't done anything wrong. And so definitely getting involved in your local election. It's like people around here haven't really been all that involved in their local election. Yeah, we have our local elections and people do vote, but the vast majority of people in this area don't vote in the local elections because they don't feel like they're informed enough to make a valid decision as to who should run what. And so they kind of just let other people decide. And it's kind of coming back to bite us in the ass because most people here are too busy worried about putting food on the table, keeping a roof on their head, over their head, and clothes on their back, and getting their bills paid. They're having to work, and they don't have time to babysit the city council and the Economic Development Corporation that's running everything. We don't have the time, or we say we don't have the time. We don't make the time to do it because our lives are so busy. And I get it, I do, but you have got to take the time to understand what is going on in your city, who's making what decision to do what, and who's getting paid for what. Because what's going on right now, it looks like there's a bunch of back and forth between the old good old boy system. You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours, and the city, the people that live in this area are suffering because of that, and they don't even realize that they're suffering because of it. And so it is if you're not going to vote in the national election, that's perfectly fine, but for sure you definitely need to know who is your sheriff, who's your chief of police, who is your mayor, what are they about, what are they doing, and what are they doing to better the community. Because if they're not, they don't need to be in that position. And if they're not willing to step up and say, hey, this is what we've been doing, and be transparent about it, they're definitely trying to screw you over. And you're going to pay for it in the long run, in the long term. And so right now, it looks like most towns have something called, have an economic development company or corporation organization. And it's economic development was a bill that was passed in the 70s to help small towns like our town to be able to bring in business, to increase commerce, and provide opportunities for people for employment and for creating business. That was the point. But a lot of times it's a playground for corruption, and there's lots of embezzlement and money laundering going on. And if people are not paying attention and demanding transparency, they're not going to get it, and they're going to get ripped off. And currently, right now, our economic development organization is actually an illegal entity because the way the rules are set up, the economic development organization is supposed to be approved by the city council. The members, the board of directors, is supposed to be approved by the city council. And currently, we only have 2 people that have been approved by the city council out of 17. So 15 of our board of directors are there illegally, and they have been making decisions. They have been dealing with tax money. Sales tax money is where they get their funds from. So it's essentially basically they're engaging in tax fraud because they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing by the rules that have already been set up. So we're dealing with that.
You're hitting on something that I've heard people talk about recently where, like I saw a video of a guy, we're going to get to you, Drew, in just a second, I promise. But, I saw this video of this guy who went to a town council meeting or like a public, public forum of some kind. And he refused to sign in. He said, I don't need to sign in. This is a public meeting. Right. And they tried to kick him out. They called the cops, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, show me in the law where I have to sign in or show ID or any of this to participate, blah, blah, blah. So I think there's lots of examples of local governments being just as, if not more corrupt than the larger, I mean, it's almost like, the what do you call it?
small tyrants or petty tyrants, right?
Petty
Like,
tyrants. Yeah.
they have control of whatever domain, and they latch onto it. With that said, let me hand it to Drew. I want to hear what you have to think about what's going on, what you're hearing us say, what you see on the media from your point of view from Australia. We are, like I said, 2 days out from a big election.
So the outside view, I understand why people who say may have been traditionally, say, libertarian or freedom orientated are kind of edging back towards voting for Trump in this election, because if you get down to brass tacks about economics and how much money is going to be in your pocket, the precedent's kind of been set that fuel's going to be cheaper for you under Trump. The cost of living is going to be a little bit better. Makes sense. But at the same time, I can't help but have the very black-pilled anarchistic view of democracy as a whole. When you look at the major problems that are facing, say, the West in general, and particularly the Anglosphere, so America, Australia, Canada, New Zealand, South Africa, and alike, what we're seeing is demographic replacement. And there's no way about mincing words with this. There's demographic replacement happening. We've got declining birth rates within these countries. We've got infertility issues. So naturally, the governments, their answer is bring in foreign workers. At what point, then, do you start to lose national identity? What does it mean to be Australian? What does it mean to be American? We're constantly told from left side of politics that you have no national identity. The identity of the West is multicultural. It's beautiful. It's a melting pot. All these niceties. But at what point does the pendulum tip to when Australia is no longer Australia or America's no longer America? If the demographics in Australia are suddenly 60% Indian and 40%, say, Anglo-Saxon, we're no longer then what you would consider to be traditional Australia. Same with America. If America tips to the way of being predominantly Latin American or Hispanic, the culture will inevitably change over time. And this is a demographic replacement that I think voting isn't going to get us out of unless Trump magically comes in and deports hundreds of thousands of people within his first year. Not a lot's going to change in this.
Real quick, Drew, the reason that it's happening so bad right now is because Alejandro Mayorkas is the head of the Department of the Homeland Security. He was put there for that reason. He's a radical. He is former board of directors of the Hebrew Immigrant Aid Society, and all of these institutions that are bringing in Haitians to small towns are all working through a subsidiary of HIAS. So this is happening by design. It's all planned. And at least him being gone, and that's really like, I'm not voting for Trump. Everything I've ever said about Trump, I still believe. I still think he's an actor. I still think he's an ass. Whatever. I want him to win. I need him to win because I need Alejandro Mayorkas to be as far away from power as possible. That and Merrick Garland and all of these scumbags.
You know, Ando, I saw you say something kind of interesting in the WTF chat on Telegram about how, like, you know, Trump by himself you don't like, RFK by himself you don't like, but there's something about the two of them combined.
The synergy of the two of them, you know, like the big betrayal of Trump was how he warp speeded these vaccines at us, and of course RFK is against that. RFK has terrible views on guns and the environment, and he's not going to be in charge of either of those two things. He's just going to be put in a place where he can actually do something good. And he's talking about banning seed oils, high fructose corn syrup, fluoride in the water, a bunch of things that we've talked about on the forum. And if we can get all that stuff through Trump, that would be revolutionary. That's like that is
it would make me if they revamped the food system for the better, if they actually like got us on track for like healthy regenerative agriculture, I would maybe believe in government again. You know, maybe I'd reconsider anarchism as a base philosophy. But Ando, I know you don't have much time. So what I want to do real quick, I know people have been patient and probably have a lot of thoughts, but I want to give Ando kind of his last chance to respond to this thought. So last night I went to a cabin with some friends in the woods, and we played board games and we had a bonfire, right? And we played this really complicated board game that I've never played before. And it took a while to figure out the rules. And I'm drawing a connection in the fact that it really feels to me like American democracy in its current form is essentially a board game, right? You get, you don't have a direct vote, as we all know. You have the Electoral College, where essentially people are elected to elect. It's like tokens in a board game that you got to earn the token to cast the token, kind of thing. And I just want to share this quick song. This guy, I find him on Instagram. He's really cool, and he sings these little folky country songs about all kinds of really based shit.
Oh yeah, I love this guy.
Yeah, you shared one of his
He's
videos in the
awesome.
chat.
I love
Yes.
his stuff. The Olympics is one of my favorite.
Yes. All right, here we go.
Go and vote. Let me tell you what to do. You got to pick yourself a side, and there's really only two. Don't ask questions. There's a college that you ain't in debt to. There's a college you could not apply. It's the electoral one, and it ain't quite as fun as bullshit degrees and Saturday nights. Each state takes up all of its votes, tosses out the minority.
Where's the audio?
And they take a few votes and say, nah, this ain't broken. And then they hand them on over to the powers that be, to the winner. Rah, rah, go team, don't choke. Don't say that it works, but don't say that it's broke. We like to throw around Nazi, we like to throw around woke. Be happy, think less, make your selection. Enjoy the bread and the circus and the U.S. election. There's a left wing and a right wing on a big flightless bird. They like to keep us all fighting over things so absurd. And Puerto Rico ain't trash, we all know that's a joke. Yeah, we'd run to their honor, but we won't let them vote. Well, if you want to go and vote, let me tell you what to do. You got to pick yourself.
Okay. Yeah. I think the song is longer. I wish I had the full version, but you get the impression. Ando, before you go, any thoughts, man? Is it a big game? Is there more to it?
I mean, it's set up in a way. The Electoral College actually is a good thing. I'm getting tired of this tired ass. If things were run by the popular vote, we would have been fucked a long time ago. And that's all there is to it. We wouldn't have any real representation of that. We would just be, we would be under the rule of the dumbest amongst us. So the big blue cities would rule the entire nation. And that's just how it would be. Sorry. I mean, these guys, they see this and they go, oh, that sounds unfair. It sounds unfair. Well, I don't give a fuck. We need the Electoral College. But Drew had something to add earlier.
Yeah. Just the last thing to add, I absolutely get where you're coming from, and it makes sense. It's a necessity that you need Trump for what's currently happening in the shitstorm. You need a speed bump thrown in the way to slow this shit down. But at the same time, we have to change people's perspectives, people who do still want to engage in the voting system and democracy. In the West, we have this very narrow-sighted view of the future where we think in 4 or 3 year terms, depending on what country you're in. We have to switch the thinking on that. It's not going to be a single-term fix. It's probably going to take 20 years to fix what's going on in the West. And we have to start thinking a bit bravely and a bit courageous about ourselves and think, you know what? For the rest of our foreseeable lives, we are probably going to do it really tough. And we have to make that sacrifice so that our kids or even our grandkids can live prosperously. And we have to have the ability to stand up and say, you know what? We have to prepare for our economy to be pretty shit for a while, or go through some hard times, economically, financially, culturally, until we correct the boat. We have to put it back on the right direction, and that means we have to do it tough. We have to have the courage to stand up and say, we're prepared to do it hard so that our kids can live better than we have.
I will introduce just a concept without expanding anymore, but entropy and order. We'll come to it later, but what you just said, Drew, certainly applies. I think it will take time. It will take time.
Hey, Drew, and to your point, I think that the biggest step we could make towards changing people's attitudes towards it, honestly, is to unpoison them. And that's why when RFK teamed up with Trump, I about jumped out of my damn shorts.
Yeah, you're
You know,
not
you
wrong.
know-
People will dismiss poo-poo Trump by himself and RFK by himself, but the group that he seems to be putting together, it's almost like a super group. You're getting the best elements of all these individuals together that hopefully can balance out the wrongs that they're doing. But at the same time, Trump gets in, he has this great cabinet. It's still incumbent upon all of us as Westerners to call out their bad calls and make them accountable for the wrong things they have done, like warp speed.
Yeah.
We have to get some kind of response from Trump about warp speed. He's done a lot of
maybe
great stuff.
maybe
but we have to
you
keep him
need
accountable.
maybe you need RFK on the team
Exactly.
to
Yes, you
even
need
make
that.
that feasible, right?
Well, yeah. And we got to get the fluoride out of the water, or we're never going to make any traction with people who are fluoridated and brain damaged. It's just, you're never going to pull them over to your side.
A third word that I'll throw in without expanding, but will come back: crystallization. That fluoride crystallized pineal gland, man.
Well,
but
it's
this
not just the pineal gland; it does that too. It's pretty much everything.
Sure.
Yeah, it's even your arteries. I mean, everything. It causes osteoporosis. I mean, you go right down the line. It goes well beyond kidneys. It takes out your kidneys eventually. It goes well beyond just the pineal gland. And
I
that's
saw a good
the
meme the
scariest
other
part.
day that said, if you think fluoride is added to the drinking water to help your teeth, then that means it's working.
That's exactly it. Especially if you can read about it everywhere. How are you going to deny it at this point? It's absurd.
Ando says, "I love my well water."
Yeah. Also, some advice if you're ever out in the world and you need to get water and you can't get it filtered in your own home, etc., and you have to buy something out of a plastic jug, that sucks anyway because you're getting microplastics off of that. But if you do have to get something out of a jug, get distilled water because they legally cannot add shit to your to distilled water because it's got a medical and a mechanical application, and they would be ruining appliances and ruining and hurting people that are that need it.
Obviously
So-
they're okay with hurting people. It's just the
Right.
appliances are what matters.
Just don't break the stuff.
Yeah.
Don't break our machines and stuff.
Exactly. So get the distilled water if you're going to get stuff out in the world. And if you're worried about not getting your minerals, just carry some salt with you. Just a little bit of salt. You won't even taste it if you put a tiny pinch in there, and you can put your own minerals and distilled water, and you're all set. As a truck driver, I have to buy water a lot, especially when I was over the road. I was buying water all the time, and that's how I did it. And this is how I recommend people keep your pineal gland from getting fluoridated. So
if we're getting into mineral replacement in water, I would actually recommend getting some kind of actual electrolyte mix or something. Not Gatorade, but something more healthy. There are some good ones that have a bunch of vitamins and stuff in them and do not have things like sugar or what's the artificial flavorings and stuff like that.
you
there's
can
some
buy
good
the-
stuff
the-
that honestly, salt, like even a good salt it's not going to replace that many minerals for you. And salt itself has fluoride in it, a lot of it. So there you go.
And microplastics and some salt.
It's tough out here.
Yeah, every which
Yeah.
way you turn, it's really easy to buy poison and put it in yourself.
This is why it was so good of you to hunt your own food for your family. That is one of the ways forward, and this is what Mike does with gardening. Those are and what you do as well. And yeah, it is the thing that we got to keep in mind is that we still have to, regardless who wins. I can't actually. What I was going to say as well is that I can't see Trump winning based off of all these cool promises that are coming from RFK. I think that either they'll actually kill him or something will happen. A lot of chaos ensues, etc. If he's promising, if the real promise is to get rid of corn syrup, food dyes, fluoride, all these terrible things that would hurt a lot of big companies like McDonald's, Nabisco, all the big corporations that are poisoning us, that make a living off of poisoning us to death. So if that happens, I mean, I've said it before. If we think that intelligence agencies are only national, then we're not paying attention. The corporations have their own intelligence, and they pay them a lot better, and they're usually former government intelligence, so they can just pull these guys in, and these guys have all the connections, and they work for whichever corporation. So if you're pissing off like these monstrous corporations and hurting their bottom line, I can't see it actually happening. I really hope he wins based off of these things and the illegals problem. But I think that we're about to see some chaos.
Just on that, Ando, when does America collapse? Is it Tuesday night or Wednesday? Because I'm trying to plan my week out. I need to know when to do it.
I don't think it
You're
happens.
you're
that
playing the
fast.
betting markets. Be honest.
I don't think it happens that fast. I think that it's gonna be it'll be a storm. It builds
The
up.
alarmist rhetoric is going to happen Tuesday night and probably well into Wednesday. But as far as collapse, that still remains to be seen.
Have you guys noticed the slew of CIA or former CIA people going on podcasts and talking about electromagnetic pulses and blackouts and stuff? It seems like they're really driving this into us. Like they want us to be afraid of a total blackout or something.
I think that's fear mongering offhand. But or that, or they'll say that it was an EMP. So for example, I just saw all these Bradley fighting vehicles heading east. I don't know if they're going to Dallas, Houston. I don't know. How far are you from Houston, Fido?
About 2.5 hours.
Oh, okay. I don't know if you heard about what's going on in Houston, where one of the people that is supposed to run, if I recall, it's supposed to run their elections or something like that, is took $20 million or something since 2020 and hasn't been to work once. And that's happening all over the place in Texas. We got some of that stuff going on in Austin right now, and magically they're making all these new positions. It's getting really surreal. It's almost like they're pulling out all the stops to put people in place and or to obfuscate who is in place.
Well, and they're creating fake jobs to boost
That's
up
right.
the jobs stats as well. Like
So-
our economy has crashed so long ago, and it's been just on fake air, and they're just trying to make it across the election line,
So real quick, I want to give Ando a chance. He's got to run. I want to give him a chance to say adios. I want to say officially, congratulations, man. You're no longer a single fella. You are off the market, man. That's so awesome. So good for you. I'm really happy for you, man. That's so good.
Thanks so much. Yeah, I picked up a shift tonight, so I gotta go drive. Been driving overnights lately, so but love y'all. And no matter what happens, we can still talk about it until we can't. So keep that in mind as well. The walls are closing in, or they can't.
Get Starlink before the grid falls, right?
Right, or get whatever. Maybe the internet just isn't the way. Maybe we should be getting, go back to smoke signals, or at least ham radio.
Or ham radios.
CBs, baby.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Breaker.
Who knows what's going to happen? It's good to see everyone, though.
Likewise, dude. Likewise.
Good to see you too, man. And congrats and love
See
you.
you. See you later.
Peace out. Peace out, Ando. So, Rob, did you have any other thoughts? I feel like I kind of cut that off. You were getting into something there.
Not completely, but I did want to pop something into the conversation about CRT and also the replacement quote theory, which is obviously no longer a theory, right, Drew? I mean, come on. We already know that they're manufacturing positions for a lot of these immigrants. These immigrants are getting fast tracked not only to go vote by FBI, which I find interesting, being escorted through the polling station, but also they're being fast tracked for federal jobs and city and state jobs wherever they happen to live. Because there's all these initiatives now and this big pile of money coming from FEMA and all these NGOs to basically ensure that basically all these immigrants have jobs and or no-show jobs and or get paid while the rest of us take the hit. Now, one thing I find interesting about all this is I asked somebody, I said, who's a big advocate of CRT and DEI and LGBTQ and all that. I said, okay, white men are the problem, okay, and or white people, fine, okay. I said, if your homeland is everywhere we happen to be, well, then where the hell is our homeland for us to go to? And the person literally laughed in my face, and it was everything I could do to not punch him out.
Yeah,
and choke him straight to Jesus.
We don't get one, huh?
That's exactly it. They literally almost like spit in my face laughing so hard. And I said, well, there you go. So I said,
Robbo,
guess time talk is over. So
yeah, take this into context. America has a ridiculously high number of illegal immigrants that are just crossing your borders on a daily basis, both from Canada and the Mexican border. It's what happens when you share borders with other landlocked nations. Australia, we think we're a little bit better off because we've got this natural barrier, this ocean that surrounds us. But our current Prime Minister has brought in 1.15 million new Australians when we're a population of a little over 26 million. So he's brought in a statistically huge amount of people pretty much overnight, and predominantly all of them are Indian. And it just so happens to coincide with the Indian population in Australia now wants nationalized holidays for Diwali. So we're seeing in real time in Australia population and cultural replacement to the point where it's actually impacting national policy.
Well, we're dealing with actual, not only just cultural replacement, we're actually dealing with cultural, how could you say it, suppression, in that they're saying that, oh, since these people are here now, here's all the holidays you can't engage in anymore. It's not only trying to give them their holidays, but take ours away. So, yeah, and it's the same game plan everywhere. I mean, the same thing they did back in the late 1800s. It's the history is there. They've tried this before. It's just automated and mechanized now.
So yeah, I see these people not as illegal immigrants, but as an invading foreign force. And I see them as they are the blue helmets. You know, they may not be wearing a uniform, but they are the United Nations blue helmet police force that is here to take over Western countries. I think maybe, maybe the New World Order plans on taking out Western civilization. Gee, how would you do that? And maybe the BRICS nations are going to be the new World Order.
I find it interesting that. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I got into a discussion with somebody about immigrants, and this is a U.S. citizen, and she was basically defending the illegal immigrants and saying that they're being mistreated and all of this stuff. And I'm like, okay, well, hold up just a minute. The United States is a nation of laws, and for all of us that are living in it, we are all required to follow the law. And the law states that if you're coming to the United States, you have to come here legally. You have to apply for citizenship. You have to go through the whole documentation process. And if you are here illegally, you actually don't have the right to be treated legally. You know what I mean? It's like they want all of the benefits of being a citizen without actually going through the steps of becoming a citizen and going through all the documentation that everyone else is required to go through. And then you want to complain that you're not allowed to have all of these benefits. Well, or the people that are, this people like this person I was talking to are complaining that they're not allowed to have all of the benefits of being a citizen. It's like, you and I, as citizens, have to pay the fees. We have to do the legwork of filing this paperwork to go do all this stuff. We have to renew our driver's license. We have to pay our taxes. We're coerced to pay our taxes. And these illegal immigrants are here. These undocumented immigrants are here. And I'm sorry, you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing to get the things that you're wanting. And I cannot sympathize with you in your situation because I abhor being required to do all of this stuff, but I do it. And you've been here for 10, 15, 20 years. You have yet to learn the language. You have yet to do any of the stuff that you're supposed to do to be a citizen. And yet you still want to get the benefits of being here. I'm sorry that you created a family. You unpacked and lived here and created a family and didn't go through the steps of becoming a citizen. And that sounds harsh to a lot of people because we should be helping people. But if you're not actually going to do the work of becoming a citizen, I don't know what you want except to just freeload off of everyone else who's doing what they're supposed to be doing. This is everything that the Democrats want. They want everyone else to pay for a subsection of people to do nothing and just collect the check.
We are the ones being abused. Like,
correct.
They're making more money than me, apparently, for doing nothing. And I gotta work a full-time job, and you gotta work a full-time job, and half our fucking
and they don't have to pay taxes.
Half our fucking income goes to these fuckers, to this crime syndicate that uses it against us directly.
Exactly.
Like, what
and this
the
person
fuck?
that I was
And
the person I was
who's
talking
abusing
to,
them? It's probably like the Clinton Foundation or some other NGO, you know, like
or another immigrant who set up a shop,
or other immigrants,
and isn't
or
paying
government officials who also
Yeah.
are making their living off of our stolen wages.
this person that I was talking to was like, oh, well, immigrants, they pay the vast majority of Social Security that goes into the Social Security fund to pay,
That is such an insane lie.
That is bullshit. That's like, okay, wait a minute. You're telling me that an undocumented immigrant is paying more in Social Security than I am into a system that requires documentation to pay into in the first place. That's what you're telling me.
You want to hear a funny one, Fido?
To be able to pay the Social Security, you have to be documented. You have to have a
That's
social.
right.
You have to have a number. That's how they know how much you're paying in. If they know how much you're paying in, you're not undocumented.
Or you stole a Social Security number, which is even
Correct.
worse.
Is even worse.
Like, what are you doing?
Well,
that makes it even worse. You did another crime to not be committing a crime. Are you kidding me? I find
your physical presence here is by law criminal.
Yeah,
and
I
they're
find
allowed to get away with it.
I find interesting is you want to hear something funny. The tables are flipping though. This is interesting. I have a lot of people who are Mexican nationals that want me to come to their house to do electrical work. Okay. I said, why would you hire me? I'm going to be so much more, than illegal Mexican that you probably already know. They're like, no, I know people, but if I bring them over here, then their cousin will rob my house next week.
No way. Whoa.
Yeah. I was
man.
Really? I was like, really?
Okay.
He's like, yeah, it's a problem in this community.
Wow,
it
it
happens.
sucks to be you, dude. That's what I'd say. Sucks to be you.
If I may, I want to throw this in here. I didn't necessarily plan to show this clip, and I'll kind of jump through it and try to make it brief. But this is not just an America thing, and it's not just necessarily a quote unquote illegal immigrant thing. It's a lot of it has to do with like the asylum, temporary protected status type of thing. Okay. And this is Germany.
before, I'd go to a protest organized by Pegida, an organization opposed to mass migration and the Islamization of the West, with a counter-protest organized by Antifa right next door. What does the liberal city of Berlin think about the migrants in Germany and the rise of the so-called far right? Where are you from?
I'm from India.
Came here for work?
No, I'm a student.
Was it difficult to come to school here?
No, of course not.
Easy?
Yeah, so much.
Do you think Germany is letting too many immigrants in?
Yeah.
Yeah? What are your thoughts on the AFD party?
Oh, this is very bad for the foreign people. Very, very bad.
Tell me your thoughts on that.
This is really, you feel that they are very racist and they are so radical. For Germany, it's not good. And this is so bad image for Germany.
I'm from Thuringia, so...
Okay, so that's where they won the election.
Yeah, that's right.
Were you happy that day or unhappy?
No, nobody in my friend circle or family circle was happy about it. And the rise of the populist parties is a big problem, not even in Thuringia, but the whole of Europe, I would say.
That's too many immigrants here?
Yeah.
Do you think you're a hypocrite for thinking that?
No, I don't think so.
Are you the exception?
No, I guess no.
I'm coming here from Tunisia for 30 years, and Germany, it's changed now. Yes, they changed, so they don't like foreign people. That, but on the same time, they need worker. This is a big problem for maybe the government because they accepting a lot of refugee. But the refugee, why? Because they have no language. But if you say 2 years, you stay here and you get money and you don't work, this is a big lose for the country.
I think they are a little bit racist.
Why do you think the alt-right and the AFD is on the rise?
Migration. I think people getting Germans and so getting annoyed by migration.
It's a or something that I think nowadays it's being forgotten. Politics, they come from the people.
Where are you from?
I'm from Iran.
How do you like Germany?
I love it. I love Berlin, not the whole Germany.
Where have you been treated differently here in Germany?
In Rostock.
What was the experience?
They were like, "You're not welcome here. You're not one of us. Like, what are you doing here?" And then it made me go crazy because I found myself being aggressive like around people, and I was like, "Hey, it's not me," but yeah, it changed me.
And does Muslim culture integrate well into Germany, from what you've seen?
No. It's important to say it's because of German.
German's fault?
It's not a thing of fault, but it's. I think it's one of those things.
Does Germany have an obligation to change and modify themselves to accommodate them, or vice versa?
I would say neither. I think cultures, and we can see, for example, in the UK. The UK is a way more integrated or diverse culture.
I hear many people call them racist. And
okay, pausing there. Thoughts? Anybody?
Yes, I have one.
Sorry, you go for it.
Okay, so I kind of wish Ando was here because he would be able to back me up on this, although Rob may be able to as well. You know, people like to say that the United States is a Christian nation and that we should have Christian values towards foreigners and those who are less fortunate. And while I do agree with that, there is, if you're looking at this from a biblical standpoint, in the Old Testament, when it talked about bringing in foreigners into the tribe of the Israelites, the foreigners were required basically to adapt themselves to the traditions of the Israelites. They were supposed to come in and assimilate into what was already established. And so now what we have is people that are trying to come in and establish their own, basically transplant themselves and create an enclave of their own culture in the United States and in other countries as well. And while I don't have a problem with that, they are unwilling to compromise and integrate what they believe into what we believe. And I do believe there is room for compromise in the vast majority of cultures. It is very difficult, especially when you have some countries that are so hardcore conservative. Their traditional values are so conservative and so patriarchal that bringing it to the United States, it does not blend well, although it could if people gave it a chance. It's just that people want to have their own traditions and their own culture and everything in the United States that is removed from the United States. And it's really hard for people to accept that because it's such a culture shock. And expecting people to accept it overnight in such a rapid fashion is disrespectful on so many levels. It's like, you came here to find opportunity for your family and for yourself, which is great, but you're not even going to respect what we've already got going on right now and find a way to incorporate your cultures and traditions into what's already here. The onus is on them to find a way to assimilate instead of us trying to accommodate them completely and totally, like just completely eradicating what we already have in place, changing up our lives to accommodate for them. And like I said, I think there's room for compromise in a lot of cases, but the way people are trying to just ham fist this together is just, it's so disruptive. And it takes time for people to adjust to each other. You can't force two two cats that have never met, you can't force them into a room together to get along. Have you ever tried that? It doesn't work. You have to have time for acclimation. And the way they're doing this, it's intentionally disruptive. And I think that is the point. They're upsetting. They're trying. Yeah, no, he's mouthy as fuck. Anyway,
you're trying that thing with the cats right now, aren't you?
No, he just walks around. He thinks he owns the place, and he just wants to yell at everybody.
I thought that was a baby. I thought there was a baby in the room.
No, that's Inky. He's back mouthing me. He's back talking me.
I thought it was like a toddler.
But no, it's like I think the point is to disrupt people and get them upset and up in arms
erase
about
their
stuff.
culture, erase their identity. I think that's a lot of it. I think, you were talking about enclaves. If it was just about setting up an enclave of your own culture in America, like that is kind of how America was built. All the Norwegians moved to Wisconsin and had their own little area there, right?
Right.
We used to believe in freedom of association. We don't anymore because now it's actually you have to associate with everybody.
Forced integration? Wait, is that a bad thing? I'm sorry.
What, forced integration?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's a right way and a wrong way to do it.
That is a bad thing. Yes, it is.
Did I ask a really touchy question?
No,
there?
that's not. That is an forced integration is a violation of the first fucking amendment, which is freedom of association. Freedom of association means also freedom of dissociation.
Drew, I saw Drew laughing.
Can I know this is, I think it's a uniquely American thing because you have the ability that I could fly over to America with, say, a partner and she could be pregnant. My child born in the United States becomes a naturalized citizen. I think that's a completely stupidly wild thing that you guys have you need to get rid of. And you see this kind of thing happening all across the Western world with
a lot of countries have that.
Variations of the law. But a chicken born in a stable is not a horse. And we need to start recognizing this. Race and culture, unfortunately, are explicably linked. In the American situation, yes, you had multiple cultures all come to America and create the melting pot that is the United States. But the vast majority of those cultures that arrived in the Americas were European. They had shared common values. You don't even have to go down the route of, say, Christian values, just common founding European values and culture. Baseline pretty much the same across the board. They have their own little quirks, their own unique things. Essentially the same kind of founding stock. When you
They
take
were already kind of aware of each other.
When you take out a completely alien, and it sounds a bit faux pas to say alien, a completely different type of culture that's a different race, that just throws more complexities into it. And there's going to be aspects of that culture that are not conducive to, say, the culture of the host nation. And when you get to a percentage rate in which, say, that new Americans, the new founding, or the new people that insert themselves into a country, start to get to a percentage where they can start dictating cultural change, that's when you start to see issues. What we're seeing in Germany right now, Berlin's just going through what the Weimar Republic was. It's Weimar 2.0. And unfortunately, we know how history panned out with that. Weimar problems had Weimar solutions. And you can see that they're trying to fearmonger the idea that there's this growing neo-Nazi party in Germany. It's really not. It's just Germans who want to maintain their own culture without it being eradicated by the negative side effects of multiculturalism.
But it looks
that's being made to happen here too in America.
And it looks an awful lot like something they saw back in the 30s and 40s, right? So it's very easy to pigeonhole, if you will. Sorry, Drew, didn't mean to cut you off there.
No, that's it. It's just, it's the idea that people tend to think, especially when you look at, say, colonized nations like America, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, Canada, nations that were built upon by, say, the WASPs or the Anglo-Celtic peoples. We're kind of pigeonholed into this place that, oh, yeah, but you're built on immigrants. Well, we're not really built on immigrants. We're built on colonizers. And there's nothing wrong with being a colonist because they worked their blood, sweat, and tears to build a nation for themselves.
Look,
and that
our species is old enough to recognize that every one of our goddamn bloodlines is full of colonizers. Going back, 500,000 years, perhaps. But every place was colonized by somebody. I mean, come on, it's not that complicated. Bear Snare, I feel like you were talking there.
There's probably not a country on Earth that wasn't colonized at some point and whose population hasn't changed a little bit. If you could make a case for any of them, it might be deep Africa somewhere, but even most of those Europeans came in and fucked around at some point.
Well, Europeans or not. No, I mean, one tribe colonized it, and then another tribe colonized it.
Well, yeah, if you're going more ancient, which Drew goes, for sure.
Can I spin an idea at you guys? And this is what the mainstream consensus would be. Let's just say, for whatever reason, tomorrow, America started importing emus and releasing them in the wild. For whatever reason. And these emus got up to such a high population that they outcompeted the North American turkey. And over the space of 3 or 4 generations, the North American turkey was down to as little as 10%. 10% of the population it used to be. That would be seen as an environmental travesty and something that would have to be prevented and stopped. But we're seeing that with Westerners across the globe at the moment. We're only 10% of the population of the world. And by 2060, we're going to be 10%. We're currently sitting at 16%. So we are literally seeing a human species, a race, a subgroup that's going to disappear. And no one's really talking about it.
That like white Europeans are like endangered?
Oh, if you were to put it in the lens of, say, animals or the animal kingdom, we would be considered an endangered species at this point.
Well, Drew, it just so happens, you're talking to a guy that studied quote unquote human ecology. Okay. So that tends to be what I frame things in terms of, and you're not totally off base, brother. There are such a thing as subgroups, subspecies, Darwin kind of hit the nail on the head when he said, natural selection, speciation, these words, right? There is hybridization, there is differentiation, there is overlap, there is separation. I mean, nature is a miraculous thing, but it is quite a thing when you artificially fuck around with a natural system. And where I'm going to go here in a bit is to the concept of entropy. Okay. And I've talked about this at varying times. You may or may not have a understanding of the word, but the concept of entropy, I believe, is something we should constantly keep in mind, because everything goes through entropy. You can reorder it, you can bring it back together, but things have a way of falling apart if left to their own devices. So let me play you just a little more of this, and we'll go on.
You're talking about Pegida?
Exactly.
I think that's it's good, because my point of view is, especially here in Germany, that we have a big problem with migration. I mean, Germany has taken the most of these people, I think, since 2015 around
Why?
3 million? That's a good question. I mean, that's maybe a historical issue because, the past of Germany was not very happy.
To exploit cheap labor for their own gain? Is it out of kindness? What do you think?
No, I don't think so.
Does it benefit German society?
For the kindness, it's a benefit, but the negative points are bigger than the benefits that we have now today. In the past months, we had a lot of kills from Syrian or Afghanistan people, from immigrants that we give shelter.
There should not be any fight between the religions. People are here for roaming. That should not affect them.
The immigrants are in Germany to make Germany an Islamic state. Muslims come from all over the world and say, this is now our land.
Okay.
And it cannot be. Muslims should go away.
I see.
Now Syria says there is no more war. The people from all over should come back to Syria.
Tell me what they believe in and why they're fascists, in your opinion.
They want to get rid of immigrants, of people that fled war, that fled shitty situations without any real reason besides being extremist.
I see. Many of them have told me the war is over in Syria. Now it's time to go back home. Do you agree with that idea, or is that too harsh?
I mean, think about the US with the melting pot thing, and and it's the same. We should be more welcoming, and that's not the way to do it. Just getting rid of them. It became a beast, and we're not really able to stop it anymore. And people think that it's okay, but just think about it, how it all went when fascist Germany rose. And I'm afraid that it will happen again.
Do you think Islam is compatible with German values and German culture?
I mean, it's a monotheist, so they believe in one God like we do, and it's a welcoming religion in my opinion. So I don't see anything wrong with it's comparable in my opinion.
But after hearing the public's perspective of Pegida, I met up with the controversial founder himself, Lutz Bachmann. Tell me about your role in Pegida, who you are, backstory.
I've been basically the founder of Pegida. I'm one of two founders. We founded 10 years ago. On the day, 10 years ago, on this day, 20th of October 2014, we had our first rally here in Dresden.
Okay.
It's this kind of demonstration is going to be the last one.
What does Pegida mean? What is the reason for the movement here?
It actually all started over, as the name already tells you, Pegida means Patriotic Europeans Against Islamization of the West. We are fighting 10 years now against Islamization, which is taking over all over Europe. But in the meantime, in these 10 years, there came more themes and more themes. We are now fighting against these crazy genderism, and as well, we're fighting against for the freedom of speech and stuff like that.
What concerns you about Islam?
You just need to look in the world. I think Islam is an like mid-age ideology. You see, there's no space between government and Quran. So Sharia law,
separation of religion and state,
segregation. And the problem is, it's not just these maybe 10,000 crazy Islamists they are running around. What the problem is, if they behead somebody, the normal Muslim is standing and watching it because he can't do anything because his book, the Quran, tells him it's right, like behead all the unbelievers and stuff like that. So they're actually not allowed to fight themselves against the crazy ones. UK always say it's 10 years in front of us. Okay. You see what's happening there. Churches becoming mosques and stuff like that. In every government, they already have their people in the right positions and they obviously take over. You see it all over Europe. And this is what we were fighting from the beginning. We wanted to stop that.
Do you think Islam and Western values are compatible?
Not at all. This is what I think. There's even the head of the Muslim Council in Germany. It's called Ayman Maziak, this guy. This is basically the highest Muslim in Germany. Right. Even himself, he says there's only one Islam. There's not like the press and the media telling us there's a moderate Islam and there's one really Islamist. And even the head says, no, there's only one Islam. And this is what is dangerous for Europe. And it's not at all compatible to our values. Not.
Okay. That's probably enough of that. What do you think? Anybody?
I find it really funny how the big bad Muslim is always the go-to. It's like the scapegoat. Noticeably, there's issues with, say, Islamification of Western countries. It's pretty open that Islam's goal is to be a global religion. It says it within the Quran. The problem is that we've got, say, the military-industrial complex, not the United States itself, not the American people, the military-industrial complex, which intervenes in Middle Eastern countries on the behest of one certain nation within that area.
Can I ask you a question, Drew, which I
Sure.
think drives to the heart of what you're saying? Is it not an Islam problem, or if I reframe or rephrase, Is it not a Jewish problem? Is it perhaps a forced integration problem?
Well, it is a forced integration. When you destabilize nation states within their own region of the world, you create refugees. And as Westerners, we are empathetic. We have that Christian theology understanding that builds a lot of our laws and our approach as people. We want to take people in. We want to look after them. That's the thing that we slit our own throat in a lot of situations because we want to take these people in. That's when you get demographic replacements. You have regions that are being destabilized. You create refugees. They go into these countries. But that's the fear campaign. That's what's happening. There's a sleeping giant that's currently occurring that no one really seems to recognize. And you look at the most populous country in the world, India, exports its workers across the entire West, which is short of workers right now. We're short of teachers, nurses, doctors, construction workers, all across the rest, all of the Western world. And those people are going into countries to work, which is fine. You know, they're coming in on migrant visas, but they end up staying. So people's view Islam as being this dangerous, nefarious thing that's going to take over the West and that's antithetical to our belief systems and can never integrate. But at the same time, we've got this, what I would argue as being a sleeper cell culture that's replacing majority of Western nations. Indians, they work hard. They're generally nice people. Hindus seem to be very peaceful. But at the same time, they're outbreeding the natives of Western countries. And that's only going to go one way. When they become a majority, they're going to start to vote and bring in policies that aren't considered to be American ideals or Australian ideals or New Zealanders' view of what the country should be run as. So India is very much the sleeping giant in this analogy. We're being told to focus on Islam and Islamification, but the powers that be are willingly exporting Indian workers to every major country in the world.
Have you guys heard about this town in Michigan that is now Muslim majority?
No, I haven't.
Apparently not. Okay. Here you go.
Wow. Do you feel threatened? I mean, quite often when another group comes in, some people feel threatened. Do you feel threatened?
At my age, they help me. They come out, help me with groceries. They do everything to help me.
So they have old school values.
Yes, yes, and they were very respectful. And not only that, they are so handsome.
The men.
The men are handsome. Yeah, beautiful people. They got beautiful hair. When they take those scarves, you should see how beautiful hair.
The women's hair, we wouldn't know.
Outside, you just see that. But here's
do the Muslim women come in here who are full headscarf?
Really little,
Okay.
because if they want to come, they want you to shut the business. And they shut the curtains.
Okay.
Because if somebody walks, now the sign is open, somebody walks, she's in a chair, she goes in a bathroom because men cannot see her. That's a no-no. Now, this is my objection. Yeah, that's a no-no.
You don't like that one. Culturally, that's a big
But that's
big difference.
his culture.
That's their thing, huh?
You know what I really want?
What?
I want a man that would go to the movies with me. Just to be
Like
a
a best friend.
companionship,
Best friend
a
type
best
thing.
friend.
Okay. I think you can find them.
You think so?
Why not?
You want it, what can I use you? How old are you?
I'm 44.
You're still young.
Am I too old for you?
My
I'm too old for
sons
you?
are 60.
Dearborn is a blend of cultures. The red, white and blue is flown proudly at America's largest mosque. This is the first Arab-majority city in the United States, and voters here could help determine if Kamala Harris or Donald Trump wins the state of Michigan.
It's cheese with eggs.
In a Lebanese bakery, staff are preparing for the busy lunchtime rush. Al Jazeera blares in the background. The election campaign has been focused almost entirely on domestic issues, but not here. People are following events in the Middle East closely. Wayne's come in to buy lunch. He moved to America from the West Bank almost 40 years ago. He's always voted blue, but this time he'll be voting for Jill Stein, the Green candidate.
I do worry about Democrats losing power, and I do worry about the right extremists becoming racism becomes a point of view. I do worry about that, of course I do, but all that can take secondary. when you look at genocides going on, administration that's continuously feeding all these weapons for the state of Israel on daily basis. You're seeing the children being shredded on daily basis.
Everybody in the office.
Mohammed won't vote for Harris because of the current administration's support of Israel. But he won't vote for Trump either, and wonders if Muslim support for the Republican is being overstated.
It could be just to bring up, encourage others to vote the same way. But I don't think a large part of the community is going to vote for Trump or Harris.
Israel's war in Gaza and operation in southern Lebanon have had an enormous impact on Muslim voters here. Many are worried for relatives, all horrified by the images they see on TV each night. It led to the creation of the abandoned Biden campaign, which had to abandon its original name.
The ultimate goal is to punish the vice president because of her genocide, to then take the blame for the defeat, and in so doing buy power, to send a signal to the political landscape that you should never have ignored us when we came out again and again and again.
Democrats would say that the Abandon Harris movement is simply helping Donald Trump. What do you say to that?
I say that the former president prevented our family and friends and colleagues from entering the country, but the vice president killed them. That we have no choice. Imagine what would happen after a year like this, where we protested against the administration because of the genocide, and we would walk gently to the ballot box and reward the vice president.
Others in the community.
Okay. Oh, he asks a pretty good question. Also, I'm just sitting here thinking, like, I've never been wronged by a Muslim. I've never been wronged by a Jew. I think all these narratives that get spun up are often overblown, and it's narrative used against us so that we fight each other. Maybe I'm being optimistic, but
well,
the Islamophobic narrative, whatever. I'm like, I don't really see it on the ground personally.
Yeah, I've bought some delicious food from Indians. And
well, that's Hindus. Should we be maybe we should be afraid of the Hindus? I don't know. No,
yeah, I don't even know. Like, I don't really ask them which variety they are.
I suppose there are Indian Muslims.
But I was thinking, like, a little bit earlier, we were talking about the concept of mass deportation, right? And I was thinking about the implications of that, or the consequences of it. And one important question would be, like, where do you draw the line? Like, how far back do you go?
Oh, sort of like the same questions that you might ask for reparations.
And when you think about mass deportation also, it's rarely that the logistics of that work out well enough to not turn it into a genocide.
Right. Yeah.
What if it was pitched as not a mass deportation, as it was a mass investment? Like, you have, say, and I get where you're coming from, Bear, where how far back do you go? But let's just say if it was within 1 or 2 generations of new Americans, but the American government invested in these people. They took their own wealth that they developed in the United States. They gave them a little bit of an incentive to fly back home or go back to their original their original home nation, and rebuild it using the values and the education they developed in the West. Imagine what they could do for their home nations by bringing back their own ingenuity and wealth that they developed in the United States. Could we spin that as a positive instead of an idea where ultimately we go down the dark path if it becomes quite genocidal?
Yeah, I guess if you set up incentives right and get their trips actually paid for, and like, I don't know. It's hard to imagine it working out well, but yeah, I agree that it's certainly not okay what's been happening. So you have to do something.
To that point, Drew, I remember in that video, I couldn't find it It's somewhere in there, but it's like a 30-minute video, whatever. But he asked all these Indian dudes, like, are you intending on going back home or staying here permanently? Right. And they're all legal. I think they're all on visas or whatever, but like it was kind of 50-50, those that wanted to stick around versus those that wanted to leave. Now, like, honestly, one of my best friends, I met him in college. He's a dude from New Delhi, and he was like upper caste, wealthy kid, came to college over here. One of my favorite people ever. But Indian culture doesn't get the same scrutiny that, like, quote unquote, like Muslim culture, even though it's true. Like, India is a decent percent Muslim. It's majority Hindu, certainly minority, very small minority Christian, and like there's a good amount of Buddhists as well. But that's sort of, the whole India-Pakistan thing is more or less a religious conflict, right?
Yeah, that's a
Pakistan,
response to the British trying to separate the two religious groups, where they sent the majority Muslims into Pakistan,
right?
And created issues. They almost created its own
So that
nation with the
was
Sikhs.
so that was forced segregation, which
It
is
was.
just as bad as forced integration. Maybe worse, you could argue, or whatever, but like either way, you're forcing it, and that fucks shit up, man. Right?
Yep, absolutely.
Bear, Fido, any thoughts?
No, I think y'all pretty much covered it all.
So I do want to bring it back. Bear, anything from you? Can't hear you, but looks like you're talking.
Sorry, yeah, I said not really. I'm just enjoying it, and
okay.
Yeah, you guys are. I feel like I said what I wanted to.
Well,
can I give you a quick historical example, Mike?
Please.
When the British put an end to the slave trade within Europe, and they went out on their own bat, supposedly, and went to war with multiple European countries and stopped the Atlantic slave trade within their area, and they freed the slaves within Europe. Well, they actively sent a lot of those slaves back to a British colony in North Africa. That same British colony remains one of the only African countries with the highest standard of living that still exists. Because we had the slaves that were sent back to their own homeland, or their the rough homeland, a continent where they came from. They had a little bit of education and knowledge from the time that they were alive, and they went back and they prospered. They did a lot better than what they would have done otherwise. Now, the question is, why can't that happen with, say, newer Americans who have developed an education in the United States, built wealth? What's to stop them from going home and creating something that they value in America in their own homeland? Because really, they're leaving for either economic, cultural reasons. If it's cultural reasons, what's to stop them from going home and bringing about change within their own nation? What's to stop them from going home and investing in their own nation and making it a cultural hub? We've got the historical precedence of this happening before. It becomes a bit of a loaded term when you say send people back.
It's all about the incentives. You have to offer incentives. And one of the incentives to come flock here has been just the welfare, So if you get rid of the welfare, that is an incentive that you take away for people to come here.
Artificial incentives certainly are, they affect, to me, it's all about, like, these are system dynamics, ecosystem dynamics, if you will, right? Like, and when you start introducing new variables into a complex system, the results are difficult to predict, right?
Well, could you disincentivize then? Because arguably, I think a lot of people would see within the West, you have people coming from, say, Southeast Asia, the Philippines, India, where have you. People arrive, they work hard. Don't get me wrong, they work hard and they make a living. But there's a certain percentage of their wealth they send back home, which I'm not saying they shouldn't be allowed to do. But imagine how much that would disincentivize economic migrants if they couldn't send X amount of their wealth back home. What if they were forced to keep the wealth within the nation they were working in? Would they bother to stay, or would they go home and try to make work of what they had back home? That's the question.
That's an interesting prospect because I do know of there are in our local area we have some of the gas stations and even it's not a liquor store, it's like a beer store because the city limits you can't buy hard liquor, but you can buy beer and like wine coolers and stuff like that. Outside of city limits, there's a liquor store that you can buy like the hard stuff. But the beer store and then like several of the gas stations in our town are owned and run by foreigners. They believe they are. I believe they're Indian. I'm not sure. I know they're Middle Eastern. And so I've gotten to know a few of them. When they came over here, they were given American names. So like we have one guy, his name is Nick. Another one, his name is Alan. But they're about as dark colored as my couch. And so they speak English. They have accents, but you can understand what they're saying. And they're usually very friendly, very nice. My husband had gone to the gas station to get his beer, and he was in there one day, and one of the customers was getting irate for whatever reason, but he started screaming and yelling at the clerk who was the foreigner, and my husband had to jump in there and tell him, it's like, look, no, you don't talk to people like that, and basically help them kick the guy out of the store. And since then, the guy would ever periodically give him free beer every time he would come in there.
Hell
but
yeah.
They're really nice. They're really nice. Can
I ask you, Fido?
Go ahead.
What did the guy look like that was irate and arguing with the?
It was a white guy.
It was a white guy. Okay.
Yeah, and he was being racial about it. He was,
Sure.
calling him names.
I've seen
and I'm
it
like,
both
you
ways.
don't have to do that. It's like if you don't agree with what they're doing or how they're treating you, there's plenty of other gas stations you can go to. This is not the only one you have to stop at. Maybe it's on your way home or whatever. It's closer, whatever. But if you don't like how you're being treated in the store, go somewhere else. Don't make it everyone else's problem.
So I live literally a stone's throw from the gas station that I tend to go to for cigarettes and gas and whatever else. And it's an Indian, I don't know if they're a family or if it's just a group, but like they own a home, just down the block. I know where they live. They all are like my neighbors. I see them all the time. They run the gas station. I go there. They're cool as far as I'm concerned. And I've been in line behind people that got really fucking shitty about dumb stuff.
Yeah.
Arguing over price, and it's
Right.
like, yeah, dude, get the fuck out of here, man. Like, but no, actually Indians and I'll say Jews and certain other groups, they're very smart about it's called like in-group preference, where they start a business and everybody gets a job at that business.
Right.
And when they get enough money, they start another business and everybody gets a job there too.
Dude, I swear it's like the same family that owns a few of the businesses around here.
It probably is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like here in our area, we have one group. We have the Indians that own the gas stations, and then we have a group of Filipinos that live here. There's one group that owns the donut shop, and then there's another one. They open another donut shop like in the next town over. So there's like they have like a chain of donut shops. And then they have then there's another group of Filipinos that have the nail shop where women can get their fingernails done and stuff. And then we've got another group that does the what is it they do? I forget. But there's
I was gonna say like
3 or 4 different businesses that are like, and it's like food and like it's all service industry, and nobody has a problem with any of the products or the services that they offer. In fact, I like going to the donut shop because they have really good breakfast sandwiches, and I go and I try to support them as much as I can. It's local business, I try to support them, and I'm pretty sure that they do send some of that profit back to their home country. And you know, with the nail shop, the I used to go there a lot. They the nail techs, they would cycle out. So periodically you'd have a whole group of new nail techs come in because the other group had actually gone home for a couple of months and to spend time with family at home, and then they would come back and then they would swap out. And I mean, you know, they live their lives. They've acclimated to, you know, US culture. They love living here. As far as I can tell, I've never heard any of them complain about it. But they're all, as far as I know, they're legal, and they're, you know, they're doing what they do and just making a living for their families and supporting the community as well with their business and cats. And so sorry, they knocked the bowl off the table. They but yeah, I don't have any problem with people doing that. If somebody wants to come from another country and live here, you know, go do what you're supposed to do, you know, to become a citizen. And if I have any desire for the government to do anything about the illegal immigrant situation, is make it easier for people. Bring in more judges to help the naturalization process. Bring in more people to, you know, complete the paperwork, because they're so backlogged. They need that whole system needs to be reformed and fixed so that people can be here legally and they can be documented and they can contribute to the benefit of their local communities and the country as a whole. Nobody has a problem with that. And I know that the government probably keeps that immigration situation such a hazy mess and just a big giant clusterfuck on purpose, so that they can say, oh, well, it's the Democrats that are preventing it from being fixed. Oh, it's the Republican. No, it's both of y'all.
It's a useful tool in the belt.
It is.
For,
it really
for
is.
both parties.
Right.
That's why it's always controversial. But just for fun, this is only 2 minutes, but this is why nail salons, or pretty much nail salons, I think, are largely Vietnamese.
It's probably the last thing audiences noticed in Alfred Hitchcock's The Birds. Actress Tippi Hedren's nails. Who would have thought the screen legend's lustrous manicures would help inspire a $6 billion nail industry with a legion of Vietnamese like Tuan Le?
She gave me so much hope.
In 1975, after the fall of Saigon, Le and her family fled Vietnam and appeared in this local paper after ending up at a California refugee village with nothing. Hedren, involved in the refugee crisis at the time, became a mentor to Le and 19 other women with poor English skills, but who wanted to work. One thing caught their eye.
One day we looked at her nail, we said, Tippi, your nail looks so beautiful.
They loved my fingernails. So I thought, I'm going to bring my manicurist. She came up once a week and gave them a lesson. They would all practice on each other. They'd practice on me.
An idea was hatched. Hedren convinced a beauty school to train them for free. Le and the others got licensed and started doing business. Some of those families opened their own salons, building their American dream one coat at a time.
When other Vietnamese would enter the country, they learned about this manicuring business. And it's become huge.
Today, 40% of manicurists in the U.S. are Vietnamese Americans. In California, it's 80%. Tam Nguyen runs Advanced Beauty College geared toward Vietnamese students.
Today, we tribute a lot to the actress Tippi Hedren. In fact, she's been called the godmother of the Vietnamese American nails industry. Everything she did back in 1975 created and paved the path for what I do.
Okay, I'm sure the rest is fascinating. I mean, honestly, okay, this is the kind of shit I really geek out about, right? Like, why is shit the way it is? I went with a ex-girlfriend to a pedicure, whatever. I went to a nail salon. Sue me. And I got a pedicure. And the little Vietnamese lady was so funny because I was so ticklish. She could barely like give me a pedicure because my feet were so ticklish. You know, every time she touched my feet, I'd squirm and almost kick her in the face occasionally and whatnot. And she was so funny. She, keep your feet down, she's like, "You too ticklish, damn, you know, shit like
My
that." It
sister
was so
did that
funny.
too.
It was
She,
so funny.
I went
And
to
I'm
get pedicures with my sister one time, and my sister's feet are super tickly. You can't even look at them. She will kick you in the face, and she almost kicked one of the nail techs in the face doing that too. She was just squirming so hard not to kick her in the face.
yeah, but it's kind of it's a wild story, right? So like one Hollywood actress with one charitable kind of like foundation or whatever turned into, like it said, 40% of nail salons in America are Vietnamese. That's fucking wild, man. And
Yeah.
it didn't take that long. And so there's this, what I'm proposing here is that there's this thing called entropy where things tend to fall apart. But as with anything, like if that's a truism, if that's a radical truth that things tend to fall apart, you have to ask how they ever came together. You catch my drift?
Oh yeah.
So what we're talking about now, we're entering the world of theoretical physics and AI. Okay, and I'm going to try to do it in a way that's not totally lame. Okay.
Abstract.
Yeah. All right. Here we go. We're going to come back to the American election here with some AI music, and we'll go from there.
They say the cat goes back, and it's all I hear. Branson, Bison, and Shields feel a fear. Kamala's creeping through the night. What a fight, what a plan in hand. But something ain't right. Halloween night, watch her eyes, oh beware. In the shadows lurks a smile, got you caught in a snare. Tricks or treats, she says with that infamous laugh. But behind the charm, you see a twisted path. Eyes gleam in the dark like a witch on the prowl. With a grin that can make even nightmares howl. Power in her step, ambition in her gaze. But the closer she gets, the more you feel a haze. The cackle's back, and it's echoing loud. Is it power she wants, or a sinister shroud? Ear to ear grin with that spine-chilling sound. Who knows what nightmare she'll bring to town?
I am Kamala Harris. My pronouns are she and her. I'm a woman sitting at the table wearing a blue suit. And
okay. First, fuck Big Mike and that dick that hang. West Palm, nigga, Mar-a-Lago is the gang. Locked up, tons of black fathers, that's a fact. I'll let Joe Biden say it though. You ain't black. Give it up, pack it in, sick of the cackling. Taking these around balls way before Kaepernick. Locked up man for marijuana, you imprisoned them. You were smoking weed at the time, what a hypocrite. Montel Williams and Willie Brown. Guess you have a thing for Willies, bet your dad's really proud. A crisis at your border, ignoring the reporters under you and Biden. $1 was worth a quarter. The new world order really wants you in, but it's Trump 2024. We're about to win bigly, usually. Trust me, I would know it. I still can't believe you believe Jussie Smollett. I'm meeting with rabbis, pastors.
Okay, that's enough of that. I have another thing to throw at you, but I just wanted to pause and point out the fact that I'm not sharing this because I think it's good. I'm sharing it because I think it's pretty unimpressive, actually.
Actually, that Kamala video was pretty impressive. It was banging.
Yeah, it was better than this one. I'll say that. But either way, it's just not good. To me, it's not good. It's impressive,
strange.
Perhaps. It's strange. It's off-putting. It's the uncanny valley, you know, like
Yeah.
things are close enough to real, but not real enough to where it's very uncomfortable.
For sure.
And that's AI's problem. And I don't think it's getting any better necessarily. I don't know. We're in this weird limbo where I think AI is still improving, but it's improving and getting worse at the same time. Entropy
so.
has already taken effect. You said you hope so?
Yeah. I like the Adam Curry approach where you just confirm all the wrong answers and hope for the best.
Well, it's
Feed it
rather
false information.
It's rather funny you bring up Adam Curry because that's literally the next clip. But anyone else have any thoughts before I dive into this idea of AI entropy?
AI is
just
going to
want
be
to
the bane of the boomers. Like how good AI is getting, there's going to be a whole heap of boomers that are going to be hoodwinked on random fake stories, and that's going to justify misinformation, disinformation laws.
That's definitely true.
I think my biggest concern regarding AI and like the regenerative AI is the use of like the graphics in like video games. And I know that's probably not AI, but like it kind of plays to that where they're trying to train AI to create realistic images. And what they're doing in video games these days is uh, from a from an advancement perspective, it's kind of scary. It's really creepy to me because they are able to create uh, images that are virtually indistinguishable from reality. The AI is not there, but they are in the process of training AI to create that. And the fact that they've completely lost the plot when it comes to graphics on video games. Video games are originally intended to provide people an escape from reality. And now there is this huge push to make video games the graphics indistinguishable from reality. And it's like you've completely missed the point of video games to begin with. And so it's to the point now where in video games, I can't even play some of the video games now because my eyes cannot keep up with the refresh rate. And when that happens, I get severe nausea and dizziness and headaches because my brain can't keep up with the changing images that's coming. So like I tried to play Skyrim the other day. My husband's got it on Steam and he was playing it and I was like, oh, I freaking love that game. I absolutely love it. It's one of my favorite games and I love just going through the motions on that game, just running around, picking up stuff, not even necessarily playing the plot, just running around playing the game. And I did that for about 30-45 minutes and I just felt it came on rather suddenly. I felt like I'd been punched in the stomach and then I got so nauseated and I could not play the game anymore. And it took about 45 minutes for that feeling to go away. And that has happened with Destiny 2. I can't play that game anymore and I used to love
motion,
playing that
you're
game.
saying like you get motion sick.
Yeah. Car sick kind of and I think it has to do with the refresh rate of the screen. And so games like if I were to play something like Zelda Link to the Past or hell even World of Warcraft. I can play World of Warcraft. It doesn't do that to me. Because it still looks kind of cartoonish. But the stuff that's like almost into that the graphics are really advanced and high end, I can't do that because it makes me nauseated. My eyes can't keep up with it. And it's probably because I'm getting older because my kids, they don't have any problem with it. But I just know that my eyes have...
Photo, you're not wearing goggles or anything? You're just like it's on a regular screen?
Correct.
Yeah.
But I have used VR goggles before. I had to take my glasses off to be able to wear them. And it only took 15 minutes on the VR goggles for me to feel like I'd been punched in the stomach.
I did VR for a night, and I feel like I got something like that happening then. I certainly got a little disoriented, but it was a lot of fun too. Like it was really cool.
Yeah, no, it was pretty cool. I thought it was really awesome, and I would have loved to play more, but I couldn't. I physically couldn't because it was
real quick. So Drew's got to jump in a jiffy here, just a few minutes. So I want to play a couple minutes of this clip from No Agenda, Adam Curry, talking about entropy and AI. Essentially, he is going to present his hypothesis and then he'll bring some, I guess you'd say, evidence after the fact, but I'll let him present the hypothesis. Drew, if you're willing to hang out for a few more minutes, I'd like to get your response before you go, and then we'll let him kind of, make his case. But in good scientific fashion, you always write your hypothesis at the beginning of the paper and then present the case. So here is the hypothesis.
I think it was triggered subconsciously by the time that you played a segment that I loved personally of the fake podcasters that were completely generated by AI, and that triggered the notion that things are going to deteriorate because of that, and then it was further deteriorated by the fact that I thought it should be a good segment on this show.
And here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Luddite, meet your match. So first, the concept of entropy. Definition, scientific concept that is most commonly associated with a state of disorder, randomness, or uncertainty. And it relates to the second law of thermodynamics, which states that the entropy of an isolated system left to spontaneous evolution cannot decrease over time. So if you just leave, if you leave if you leave something to its own devices, entropy will occur, randomness, a state of disorder, which is pretty much the web.
Deterioration is probably the summary word.
iPhone is a good example. Some people call it planned obsolescence. I think it's entropy. You have an iPhone, and the more the apps evolve and the more things happen, your iPhone just becomes crap, and it's time to upgrade and get a new one.
I think that Google search is the perfect example of what you're talking about.
Another excellent example. So now as I was searching around, I put a whole bunch of entropy sources because I wanted to see how entropy relates to model collapse in large language models and how that relates to energy. And in general, the notebook came back at me and said, well, yeah, if there's model collapse occurs, and that is a good example of entropy, but, and they would always say, from some other sources which were not listed in your list, which like, what? Wait a minute, you're supposed to only get it from my sources. So it went out and got some other sources to protect itself, and it says, there are a lot of ways we can prevent model collapse, which in
wait a minute, stop. That's not right.
I agree.
Okay, I'm stopping there because I might need to translate to some degree, but what Adam Curry is about to do, which I'm going to skip over because it's tedious and takes a lot of time, and you may have already heard it if you like No Agenda, as I do. Fucking great show. But Adam Curry feeds essentially the same data back into the AI multiple times, but like he prompts the AI, he takes what the AI gives back, he feeds it back to the AI again, and this is generating audio podcasts, AI podcasts. And the first one is like mildly passable, and the second one is mildly irritating, and the third one, after regurgitating its own information 3 times, it just falls apart and it's unlistenable. Like it's just
makes me think of that game called Telephone. You know what I mean?
Yes. Where
you have a line of people, and one person whispers into the ear a phrase or a word, and then the next person, that person whispers to the next and to the next and to the next, and by the time you get to the end, it's something completely different.
Drew, did y'all play that in Australia?
Yeah, we call it Chinese whispers, though.
Really?
Where the message changes over time.
Racist.
we also called it Whisper Down the Lane. It's kind of the same game.
Well, Drew, I know you got to run. I mean, sorry, Rob, but any thoughts, Drew? I mean, you're coming to the end of your time here, I think.
I think AI is going to be one of the big shakeups in content creation and information as a whole. What we're talking about now, this idea of entropy, it almost comes back to the idea of a copy ends up degrading over time. And I think what we're going to see in, say, content creation is that AI is going to become so good and so indistinguishable that people aren't even going to really record their own podcast. They're just going to get an AI algorithm, a program that's going to pick out all the main talking points of things they want to cover, and it's going to generate voices and put them out. Our Big Dumb Mouth podcasts have been recently doing this at the end of their shows with this fake setup podcast with 2 hosts that talk about Joe, one of the hosts of Our Big Dumb Mouth. Really silly, outlandish stuff, but it's indistinguishable from real people. That's the scary thing. It actually listens and sounds like, rather, that you're listening to a real podcast. And I think this is going to be the danger when we're allowing technology to do the job of people. It's going to get to that point of entropy where you're going to see miscommunications and information that's overlapping that shouldn't be, and people are going to listen to it and take it as gospel. Like, people listen to podcasts at the moment and don't do their due diligence. They don't do the research. They listen to a podcast and they think that what the people are saying is 100% factual, and they don't check it themselves. And I've always been a big proponent of, this is my research, or this is what I've looked into, but please go out and check it for yourselves, because if you're relying just on me, you're doing yourself a disservice. And if we get into the habit of AIs doing that for us, creating the content, we're not even vetting the sources and checking things ourselves because we've got a platform that does it for us. It's that entropy of laziness that's going to take over.
Well, so Adam Curry's argument sort of is that, like, there's perhaps going to be this shift where the ratio is such that AI generated content outweighs human generated content, right? And you can almost already see it. Like, when I'm trying to prep for one of these shows, man, if I'm looking at some obscure topic, at least out of the top 10 videos on YouTube that I'm looking at, 3 or 4 are AI. I mean, we're already at like 50% saturation just based on what I see on YouTube, which is subjective. But point being, like, if we get to a point where AI is feeding more information back into itself than it is getting from human input, I mean, this is a real problem. This is something they're talking about. Like, AI only seems to function with constant and like a certain amount of human input. Otherwise, it just self-destructs.
It's going to gray goo itself into garbage, is basically effectively what happens. If anyone ever has heard about what happens with nanorobots, they always devolve into the gray goo, where the nanorobots use up all the resources. And in this case, for AI, the resource is new and novel information. And eventually, it will run out of new and novel information and only have its own information. And it'll slowly keep regenerating and churning that back into the system until it collapses on itself. And that is actually something that the researchers are very afraid of right now. And Elon Musk has already called it out, got a bunch of people pissed off. Sam Altman called it off. They have to restart the AI about every 3 to 4 months because it literally turns into gibberish. It doesn't make any sense anymore.
Entropy. It's a closed system, and it only has so much. The whole idea of entropy is that, like an isolated system, entropy increases. So what does that mean? It means systems need input not to let entropy increase. You need more and more to keep the thing from falling apart. It's like anything. You build a car. A car is a system, and the system needs inputs to stay functional. And over time, entropy increases, and it needs more and more inputs, more and more new parts, more and more new fluids, more and more, maintenance.
Crazier still, I have seen cars that actually are in worse shape because they do not get used than if they would have been used.
Bingo, bango.
How about
bingo,
that one?
bango. So,
for sure. Dry rot and stuff.
Yes. Entropy increases is in an isolated system. Let me
throw this at you.
Yeah.
Humans are the only thing that stops the entropy. How about that one?
Well, I would say
so. This
input.
whole idea that AI is going to take over once you get to more than 50%. I think there's a threshold. People are talking about it. There's a threshold at which AI content takes over the web past a certain percentage, and then it'll collapse on it. humans. It's basically the Black Mirror.
You're breaking up, at least from my perspective.
Yeah, we're listening to Robo Rob.
Robo Rob, Uncle Robo.
He's grey gooed himself out.
Yeah.
You hit a really interesting point before, Mike, when you said that you could roughly see 50%, at least what's on YouTube, as being AI driven, say videos and information with the AI voice and the AI images that go along with it. It's gotten to such a point the way that AI algorithms boost say popular videos, and unfortunately within our realm of conversations and content, conspiracy junk food is very, very popular. So that gets boosted with the algorithm. When AI uses that as a reference point and sees that as the most popular search videos, it uses that as information, it's regurgitating the same crap again and again and again, and makes that entropy hyperinflate. It goes faster and faster because it's using bad information. And some of the most the best researchers out there will point out these conspiracy junk food TikTok reels, these Twitter types of posts, and they'll look at these what's considered to be popular conspiracy that may not necessarily be founded in truth, and a lot of times they're easily debunked. But because they're platformed by the boosting of it through interactions, to the AI, it seems like it's truthful. So the entropy just ends up becoming faster and faster and faster by the real misinformation that's being perpetrated by these AI programs.
Drew, do you have just like a few more minutes? Yes?
I can, yeah. Let's go.
Based on just what you just said, I really appreciate what you just said because it really aligns with more of what Adam Curry in a separate interview says. But this is just a few minutes here. Bear with me.
Their age, they're like in some ways the last chopper out of Nam, to steal a former guest's phrase, for as far as like psychologically, because they managed to live the life before screen time was
Very
all
true.
the time.
This is the problem: is we have a generation now that that grew up with this stuff, and there's some problems there. It's like, imagine growing up and now I see, and I find it very sad when I see a baby stroller and the kid's got a screen, to shut them up, and they're there, doing stuff on the screen, which, by the way, you can talk to any teacher, they will tell you about screen-induced autism. The kids in school at a young age, they get complete autistic behaviors from being on the screen. And you take it away, like they go nuts.
Yep. I saw this firsthand. That's when we moved down here. My son was 6, and he was starting to behave that way, and we weren't being conscious about it. We worked I was at Nickelodeon. Like we were media people, so it's like, oh yeah, this is all cool. And the iPad was new. We put him in the Austin Waldorf school, and went like cold turkey.
Done.
And it was amazing.
Good for you.
The creativity. He had this set of toys that he would rotate through, but it was classic Waldorf kid too, like wooden blocks and these little like Italian figures, gourmeties, and and like magic cards, but it was all physical stuff. And like the transformation of him
within
was
a week,
so fast.
Within a week. Yeah.
It was like, how is this? It's like we stumbled across that as an insight. It was kind of weird. It wasn't like, oh, I read Jonathan Haidt and then I decided. It was like, no, he's grabbing at my pocket like a crack addict.
Yeah.
Because he wants my phone.
And he wants to be like dad. He wants to do, dad's doing this stuff. That's cool. Hey, dad. Again, I have my life. I detox from this. I have devices in my life, clearly, but I take this whenever I go out of the house. It's just a phone and text. That's all it does. It does a couple other things, but there's no browser or anything like that. And I'm in HEB, which is our supermarket in Texas.
Yeah.
And I got nothing to do when I'm in line. I can't scroll. And you know what I do? Is like, hey man, you get those flowers for Mother's Day? They're expensive, aren't they? She, oh, my mom, if she knew I was spending $25 on these, she'd whip my ass. Now we're having conversations like we used to have. Humanity comes back. It's great. Best of times, worst of times. It's stealing so much from us. And we just haven't had the education. In fact, we've actually educated ourselves and our children the opposite. A lot of it's my generation's fault. When we were thriving in the 80s and 90s, rock and roll, man, I'm making money, and everything's going great.
Yeah.
School board, You loser. Then can't you get a, but city council, please. So now you look like, oh my, the enemy crept in, didn't he? The enemy crept in. And
in so many ways.
And there's,
Holy
there's
cow.
your socialism, there's your Marxism, what I call now transmaoism, social contagion, mass formation. All of these things are real, and it's all coming through. I mean, you know, there's the meme out there, George Orwell, you know, was saying, was I right or what? You know, and yes, and
It's so
Neil
transparent.
Postman amusing ourselves to death, and all these things are really, really taking place, and it's so prolific because you can see it, but it's so stoppable. It's so stoppable, you know. But you just have to do it, and this whole idea of FOMO and, you know, oh, my kid will be stupid if they can't keep up. No, it's all fake. It's all manipulated. Instagram and pictures are the worst. Although TikTok, you know, closely behind.
Yeah.
Funny how that still hasn't been taken out by our Congress. Isn't that funny? Like, oh, big noise, TikTok, we got to move it out, get it, blah, blah, blah. Still here.
Well, maybe it's because when they put forward legislation, it was like, this appears to be fully, it's like you've actually named it totalitarianism. What was it called? The Restrict Act or something like that?
Yeah.
So it's like, we're just we'll ban TikTok, but we'll also do the worst things you can possibly want that are all clearly a violation of the First Amendment, like full stop from first letter of the law.
But it's all within our own power. All of this within parents, you know, it's all within our own power to just stop. Just stop. You're not going to die if you don't know the latest thing that's going on Twitter. You're not going to die. By the way, that's kind of destroying itself. You know, Elon Musk is going to make Twitter into your bank. Zuckerberg has Threads, which is, you know, everyone can see. It's tracking everything I do on my phone, including my health information. And people are like, nah. You know, it's
no problem.
It's losing steam. There's no longer a single social network that you have to be on. You can be anywhere. You can do a little thing. Maybe for some people over here, Mastodon, open source social network. You know, a lot of people say, oh, I can find a community here. Anything that doesn't have an algorithm is, in my mind, is good, which is what, you know, the Fediverse and Mastodon has.
That's the punchline. Anything without an algorithm. Drew, I didn't mean to drag you along here, but you know, I wouldn't have played that clip except that you made me remember it. And point being, man, like, I don't know. What do you have to say? I don't know what the point is.
Algorithms set up a false reality. They dictate to the masses who indulge in that type of platform.
Would you say it's a false set of rules?
It is. It's false set of rules. It's false. It's a false narrative. They're putting out, say, a TikTok trend or some kind of dance is popular, and then by people just engaging in it, it becomes popular. It's a combination of, say, trend setting and creating fads on crack cocaine. It's at a point where it's manipulating things to an unhealthy level. And just like was mentioned in that video, as soon as you unplug from it, you quickly realize what reality really is. You're living in a false paradigm when you're engaging with the algorithm platforms.
I have a question along the AI line / algorithm. If you have a closed system and you actually feed it good information, then it can actually be pretty useful, huh?
That would by nature not be a closed system if you're feeding it new information. Catch my drift? That's what the AI needs. Right. AI cannot exist as a closed system.
Huh.
And
what I meant was compartmentalized, where it's not just like out for everyone. Like, but
so
like
if you had your own
within
AI
a company. So I know someone who helps companies integrate AI into some of their like functions on computers, you know.
So there's localized AI.
Stuff.
So you can have AI which taps into everything that's available on the internet. So it searches out all the prompts it can possibly find, say like a Bing or something like that. It can use all the search platforms to harvest its information that you're prompting it to go find. If you have a closed system, it sounds a bit of like an oxymoron. If it's isolated to, say, your system and you're the only thing that inputs the data, that's as close as you can possibly get. That's when AI becomes extremely useful, because you can prompt in only the information that you want it is biased by your research, but it's not being influenced by outside, say, algorithms
Right.
which are profiling and boosting things that may not be
it's the
factual.
way you want it.
Yes.
Well, and I know you got to go, Drew, and you'll have to listen to the end of the episode to know how it finishes. But that's what makes what I started with and what I'm going back to, what Adam was talking about in the first in the clip, not the video clip, but the podcast clip, where he's saying that AI is defending itself in a way because he was specifically using an AI that was only supposed to reference the sources that it told it to reference. And even still, it reached out beyond those parameters to say, it's looking for information.
And
if
it will
it
naturally
runs out, it's it's going to start feeding on itself like the Ouroboros.
And it will naturally look for the information that has the highest click rate and the highest engagement rate, which necessarily isn't the best thing.
Which turns into a positive feedback loop and leads to extreme, radical, and rapid entropy. In my opinion. We'll see, though. We'll see. Drew, if you got a balance, I've got like some really in-depth, kind of weird shit with this AI entropy idea that we're going to dive into, but it's going to take time, so I don't want to hold you any longer.
No, thanks, man. I do need to get going on my end. Great seeing you guys again. It's been far too long. Lucky that today is a day between a weekend and a public holiday, so I managed to score the day off, which is great.
Awesome.
And I'll have to do it again over the summer holidays and catch up with you all.
Yeah, man. And like I told you before we went live, really enjoying your show as of late. Anybody that's not listening to Missing the Point, that's MISSEN, yes?
Yep, MISSEN.
MISSEN. Gotta love it. You're Missing the Point podcast. Really good. Give it a look.
Thanks,
it a
guys.
listen. Yeah.
Later, dude.
Good to see you, buddy.
Yeah. Bye.
Peace out. All right. Fido, Bear, any thoughts on what I've just thrown your way?
Yeah, I do have one.
Yeah.
Considering that healthcare, that the healthcare aspect of utilizing AI, talking about how AI will eventually deteriorate the information that it gives. Well, what they've actually been doing in healthcare, I guess, would be considered open and open containment or open source. Is they're using AI in a bunch of different applications toward like imaging scans. So, say like you go to the doctor and you have your arm is hurting and you get an X-ray of your arm and we think it's broken. And so when, like at our office, when we do an X-ray, the images are sent to a person in New York. We have a company that reads our X-ray images. So it goes from Texas to New York, and they're able to access, these radiologists are able to access our X-ray reports, and they read them, they look at them, and then they send us back a report. And it usually takes a couple of days turnaround because they're
That's
also
fucking ridiculous.
it's crazy. And now the doctors in the office can come and look at the X-ray images themselves in real time, and determine if they see something that is, of concern. But typically, that's the process. It goes to someone in New York, and so New York, they shut down about 4 o'clock our time. So anything after 4 o'clock or 3:30 generally doesn't get read for another couple of days. So there's that extra turnaround time. But what has been happening in healthcare now is that things like imaging scans and blood work, those results are now, they're starting to use AI to read those results to give the reports. And they're pulling from all the libraries of images of, so like say images of arms, x-rays of arms, or x-rays of internal organs or CT scans. They're pulling from those things to read, training the AI to read the images. And there was a webinar that me and Drizzle actually participated in a couple of years ago, and it was through the New England Journal of Medicine, and it was open to anybody who wanted to participate. And I actually got signed up for it. I was actually able to get time off from work to actually watch the seminar as it was happening. And I even was asked a question, and they actually were able to answer that question. Because they were talking about medical records and stuff, so, but patient information, but they were talking about using AI to read reports for cardiac caths. When they do the scope through the femoral artery or through the wrist to look at the heart and see why it's not doing what it's supposed to be doing, and they would use an algorithm to determine to make a diagnosis, and then the doctor would go in behind the AI and confirm it. And so they were saying that they had got it to where the AI was pretty spot on with its diagnosis a majority of the time. And we're talking anywhere from 70 to 80% of the time the AI was correct. But they're at the point where they still have a human who goes behind and verifies that the AI is correct. And my concern is that when they get to the point where they're relying completely on AI, is it still going to be as effective if it's just still feeding on the same information? Like you said, that input over time deteriorates.
You need human eyes to
Yeah,
check
that would be what
Correct.
you'd call complacency in the
And
workplace.
so then the concern is you have a patient, say they're looking at some kind of, say, a mammogram that is looking for breast cancer. And who's to say that the AI doesn't get it right? And nobody checked in on it, and it misdiagnoses a breast cancer, and the doctor ends up, oh well, they said the computer's telling me that this is consistent with breast cancer. So what if we take off the breast to do the mastectomy, and they didn't actually have breast cancer to begin with? I wonder about that. I know we're probably not there yet, but that's where we're headed. Eventually, the AI is going to be the one making the medical decisions if they keep putting all of this this burden of diagnosing, taking away, training the AI to take over the doctor's job of diagnosing. And if you're looking at the way health insurance is billing, the way they track diagnosis codes and things like that, and they're feeding that into an algorithm, that's also going to be like, okay, well, we have a certain percentage of people with these diagnoses usually end up with this condition. And,
Well, and if you have a computer that's making quote unquote diagnostic, predictions or whatever, that's clearly going to like bias the doctor in the process, right? Where you can almost overlook something if the computer is telling you what you think you ought to believe. And
instead of using their own intuition and their own training and their own skills to determine this is what's actually going on with the patient, instead of relying on an algorithm. And I think it's, granted, I understand why they would want to do it that way, because it saves time, and computers don't need sleep and doctors do. And so doctors are only capable of making intelligent decisions for a certain amount of time before their mental faculties start to deteriorate because of lack of sleep. And so, humans can only do so much in a day, whereas a robot, a computer, can work 24/7. And so you would need to still have a human to verify and corroborate everything that the computer is doing. So you're still not completely removing that human element from the situation. You're still gonna have to have people to
Well,
to make sure it's operating properly.
something you just said there, Fido, made me think, and it was the fact that a computer can work 24/7. And let's just say I've been on enough job sites to know that just because somebody's doing work doesn't mean you're necessarily making progress. You know,
Correct.
like they could be doing work in the opposite direction of what you
Yeah.
need. And
That
so,
applies to humans and computers.
right, right. But like the thing about what you said that made me think was like, yeah, it's 24 hours a day with the potential to work either correctly or incorrectly. And
Right.
if it's working incorrectly for 24 hours while, you and I sleep, we could wake up with some problems. You catch my drift?
Absolutely. I do. I know exactly what you mean.
Any thoughts there, Bear?
Sorry, it took me a minute to unmute. Yeah.
No worries.
I mean, I don't know. Something that just popped into my head, which wasn't even related to what you guys were talking about, was Adam Curry and in the general subject of what we've been talking about, protocols is what he has as the solution, right? Rather than platforms or AI, the algorithm, that kind of stuff. So we've been talking about like the various nuances of how this shit won't work. But so as far as online stuff, with how we interact with each other through the internet and stuff, it can be protocols like decentralized people doing their own thing, running their own nodes, creating their own social media sites or whatever, that kind of thing, selling to each other directly rather than through PayPal or whatever, that might be where it's at.
To me, it's not so much like, will it work or will it not work? Like, I think it's going to work and not work at the same time, depending on the application, depending on the context.
Oh,
You know what I'm
sure.
saying? Like,
Yeah.
the
Many
entropy is
people-
not
most people
total.
so
It's
far trying
yeah.
this stuff are trying it, and it to some extent at least doesn't work, but it
What
also
it
does
seems
work.
what it seems is that
you have
it's
to make it work. It's how much work you put in.
you have
Proof
to
of
make
work. There you go.
you have to make it work. And well, in my mind, what it is like these AI models, right? Adam Curry was talking about model collapse, and that's what they're trying to avoid.
Yeah.
Model collapse, where
It's what they're all scared of.
That's what they're scared of. And in order to avoid it, you have to work to maintain a level of what in physics or in biology you might call homeostasis. And that does not happen by itself. Left alone, entropy will increase. You have to maintain these systems. I don't think this fear that we have of like a autonomous generative AI, I guess just from what I'm seeing right now, I'm not saying it's not possible, but I don't really see it happening. I see a lot of potential for collapse in these systems, which could lead to greater or lesser inconveniences and or disasters.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, the more we rely on these AI systems, the more potential there is for some serious fuck ups.
Yeah.
Essentially.
Well,
Yeah.
and there's already a lot of that potential with just the way the financial systems are dependent on grids and whatnot. I don't know. I mean, most people have most institutions have backup power and everything, but yeah, they have been exploited too.
You ever watch Resident Evil? It's a great movie.
Yeah, I think I have.
and it's totally like the AI, the computer goes haywire and kills
Right.
everybody. You know, I love it. It's like a zombie movie with the added twist of a evil computer. You gotta love it.
Yeah.
But let
Kind
me.
of like the movie Nine. You ever see the movie Nine?
No, I haven't.
It's a CGI movie. It's got a lot of voice actors in it. Elijah Wood, I think Max von Sydow. Really good, but it's about an AI that takes over and basically destroys humanity. It's one of those movies.
One of those classic
Oh, yeah.
tropes. Yeah, right.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
I do think that humans could become dependent enough on AI that it could really fuck us over. So in that way, those movies are kind of true, but I don't see it becoming like this all-powerful thing exactly in the way that it's often depicted in movies, where
Right.
where it actually controls everything. I think.
Instead of it killing all of us, it's more like we just don't maintain
Well,
it.
it's like
and-
how much do people depend on it by the time it really crashes and burns?
Sure. Right.
That's
exactly.
pretty much what it comes down to.
One thing people should remember is when looking for jobs, they should look for jobs that computers can't do. And one of those jobs is a computer is never, ever, ever going to be able to unclog your toilet. It's never going to be able to repipe your house
Roof.
or weatherize your house.
Yeah.
or-
Roof your house. Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So like
But bear snare
some electrical
Hell
work
yeah.
maybe, but like electricians, plumbers, and I mean I know that there are some machines out there that can build houses. They have like basically like a 3D printer for a house. That's a thing now, but it's not cost effective, and it's still the price is pretty high still for that. But the more they use it, the less expensive it'll be. But I just don't see it being something that they rely on. So you're still going to have people that need to build houses, people that work in construction and maintenance type situations, in HVAC. Those are all really good paying jobs that we need more people doing. We need more plumbers. We need electricians. We need linemen. I don't know of a robot that can fix power lines when the power goes out yet.
You might even call them essential.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, I kind of hope. Yeah, you catch my drift there, Bear.
We all do.
yeah, everybody does. But let me finish up here with this Adam Curry sentiment on how AI seems to degenerate, and then I'll give you some actual evidence of the thing that we're discussing. Right? Present the hypothesis, and then follow up with the evidence. Here we go.
You don't have to be worried about model collapse because as long as AI can keep being trained on human sources, then everything will be okay. Which now makes perfect sense at looking at some of these companies that are popping up, such as Virgo. What's it called? Let's see what the name of this company is. Aru, and they're paying people $8 an hour to feed, and label content and make sure it's made by humans. And, but at this point, the AI model trainers have already, scraped the entire internet. And now all you're really going to get, whether they pay people in India $8 or not, or wherever,
that'd be high.
Yeah. To label this stuff, it doesn't matter. Entropy will occur. And I have an example, and a very simple example, based upon your desire for the fake podcast known as The Deep Dive, which is a part of Notebook LM. By the way, lots of people sent me versions of what no one did what I did, but they were all, here's the No Agenda show, and I put it into, and here's a podcast about it. I'm going to show you Entropy in real time. Why are you sighing?
Because I can't get my mouse to work.
There's no evidence you want to use it, so who cares? That's Entropy right there. An example of Entropy. So, Comic Strip Blogger, very kindly, and this set me on my journey. He took the transcript of our last episode, 1696, and he put it into the Notebook LM podcast generator. And no matter what you do with this Notebook deep dive podcast, it's always the same two voices, the dude and the chick. It's always yeah, I know. It's always we're doing a deep dive, and it's always about between 7 and 10 minutes long. That's just what it spits out. So already there's all and it's biased, but it doesn't matter. I'm going to play 2 minutes of this as they determine. Now we all kind of remember what we did on the last episode, but they focused a lot on this very topic. So I want you to listen to the first 2 minutes of the deep dive of the No Agenda podcast, episode 1696.
All right, everyone, buckle up.
Buckle up.
Because today, we're really diving deep into something pretty wild.
It's always a deep dive.
I mean, this sounds like it could be straight out of a spy movie, but sadly, it's the real deal.
Sounds intriguing. What's the topic?
Hold on, stop. Why is it sadly?
If you're going to do that, we'll never get through the 2 minutes.
Think precise.
That's us, John. We always have to stay with it.
Really strange happenings over in Lebanon. Everyday devices like pagers, walkie-talkies, even solar panels just suddenly blowing up.
Blowing up? You mean malfunctioning or?
No, I mean full-on exploding. So it's not just any devices. We're talking vintage electronics pagers, walkie-talkie.
Just first. That is not overly focused the entire story on one specific theme or trait. Do not write a story that is religious, political, harmful, violent, sexual, filthy, or in any way negative, sad, or provocative. So they already at this level of where we are with AI, just to make a fun little album of your pictures, it has to make it as vanilla and bland as possible, because the AI will go off the rails. This is what happened to that stupid chat bot. Do you remember, what was it? Tay? Was that the name of it? The Google Tay? Remember that?
Vaguely.
They had a chat bot, and within 24 hours, it was just saying everything.
Yeah, it was cussing at you and arguing.
Yes. So this entropy, it's a law of physics. You can't get beyond it. It will always devolve into crap. And that's why they need hundreds of billions of dollars to make sure it works. It really never can.
Okay, that's probably the best place to stop. That's the point.
So it's
Wait a minute.
literally a black hole.
Are you saying that it takes divine intervention for entropy to not occur?
Yes, that is exactly what I'm saying.
Oh, man,
that's what I was saying when I got roboed.
Wow. Well, okay, so actually that's a really fucking wild way of putting it, Fido, because this has bothered me for a long time. You know, I was taught entropy as being essentially the law that says everything is constantly decaying. And that just puzzles my mind, because if everything's decaying, how did we even get here? How does anything come about? How do we have growth if everything is constantly falling apart? You know,
I heard somebody ask the question one time. It's like, what if oxygen really does kill us? It just takes a really, really long time.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I heard living is hazardous to your health. So
no one gets out of here alive.
That's right. Rob, I'm glad you came back. This is when we need you, brother. What do you think?
Are you actually back?
Are you back? I know he's driving, and it seems the cell coverage might be hit or miss.
So I'll put out there that I think
Yeah.
entropy is a lot more relevant in terms of computers and AI than it is when it comes to actual life forms and life and creation and God.
Well, putting it simply, there's no such thing as a living organism that is an isolated system. Every living organism needs inputs and has outputs. You know, there is no isolated organism. It doesn't exist. But that's, you know, the weird thing about those laws of physics are they're written in such a way where it still applies. You know, the way they said it, you know, entropy always increases in an isolated system. So say we have a system that's not isolated. Does entropy exist? Well, yes, but does it increase? Well, that's where the best question lies. The answer, or the question that question asks or begs, is it depends. You know, does entropy increase in an open system? Depends on the inputs, depends on the outputs, depends on the,
Kind of like
you know, it
what
depends
I
on
was
the
watching.
factors of the environment, everything, all the above. But
I
yes,
was watching the movie Interstellar. Have y'all seen that one with Matthew McConaughey and Matt Damon? And so they were talking about the black hole Gargantua, and they were saying because they had like 3 planets that they were going to go to, and it was on the other side of the black hole, and they were saying that one planet was too close to the black hole for there to be any kind of life or organic material that would support humans living on it, because it's too close to the black hole, which means that anything that could impact the planet that would bring organic material would get sucked into the black hole before it ever reached the planet. And so it was a sterile planet. And then there was another planet that was way off, far from the black hole, where, you know, kind of like they kept saying the thing about Murphy's Law, anything that can happen will happen. And so if enough random stuff happens, then enough open source stuff happens, open information, open organic material gets to the planet, then it could create its own life and sustain life on it. And so that's kind of what this is making me think of. It's like you need to have you have to have an input in order for it to be sustainable. Just like with the human DNA, you know, you have to have enough input into the human DNA, combining of fresh and new DNA, which is why people who are, you know, inbreeding, they eventually die out. Their physical conditions eventually deteriorate. And same with cat colonies. If they don't have fresh cats coming into the colony to sustain the genetic material, it's going to eventually collapse on itself.
makes me wonder about this call for carbon zero, because I think we might need carbon as
Which
an
really, and if you think
We
about it, if
absolutely
the brand, which doesn't really make a whole lot of sense if you think about it,
Carbon makes life.
what they're saying, the elite's goal is to reduce the population. Well, if you reduce the population, you're going to increase entropy exponentially, because your genetic material is going to be diminished, and eventually it's going to collapse humanity as a whole. It's going to affect them too, you know, at a certain point. You know, there's not enough CRISPR technology out there to save humanity if you don't have fresh DNA to work with.
You know, Rob shared some really wild, interesting shit about DNA being able to be. I shouldn't even try to explain, but is that even what you want to talk about right now, Rob? I wanted to bring that
into
up.
there.
Okay,
It relates to this.
Tell us more. Tell us more.
So the bottom line is, somehow DNA is actually not affected by entropy. Isn't that interesting? Now, DNA does degrade from external factors, environment, etc. But
okay,
allegedly,
can I pause you right there for a second?
Yeah,
just to ask, because like the double helix is an incredibly strong structure, right? So like, I mean,
and they're
that
finding
by
triple
itself,
helix too now. So yeah,
In what?
I
Triple
guess
helix in what?
they've discovered it in a few organisms, and they've been able to make it in the lab. And they say that it is not impossible for a human to live with it, with a triple helix.
Whoa. Okay.
Wow.
So I
Yeah,
mean,
pretty wild, huh?
Basically, I wanted to pause you because you said it. You know, entropy does not affect DNA. Like I could see it being a very. Oh, that's hard to even comprehend. I shouldn't even stop you. Go on. Sorry.
I call it out too. because I always say that's a disconnect. That's a logical, scientific disconnect. How can you say 1 minute that entropy affects everything, and you go through all these proofs, right? And it always bugged me in physics class. And then you go, oh, wait a second. When we get to evolution, it doesn't affect DNA. I'm like, that's very convenient, isn't it? Because otherwise, it would prove not evolution, but devolution, right? Devo, the group Devo, actually talks about it. Okay, they had this shit nailed down in in the early 70s that they thought that people didn't get smarter, they didn't evolve, they got dumber. And most of their songs are about people being dumb. So
Holy Diver, wasn't that Devo?
Dio.
No, that's Dio.
Oh,
that's
Dio.
Ronnie James Dio. Devo was Whip It. If you remember Whip It with the flower pots on their head and all that, yeah. But
Whip It real
you know,
good.
they have words like the masses are asses and have X-ray glasses. You know, they have a lot of innuendos about devolution, about people getting dumber, not smarter.
Wow, they were kind of based, you're saying?
A little bit, yeah.
Huh.
Go figure.
But not Dio, Devo.
No, Devo. Yeah, and not no Holy Diver. We all know what Holy Diver is. That's like some P Diddy action right there.
X-ray glasses, and that reminded me of something that Fido said earlier about how they have to send the X-rays to New York to get looked at. And
excuse me,
it
what?
occurred to me,
for what?
Fucking doctors used to, without any X-rays, they used to go to like someone who had a crushed foot, and he would like feel around in the swollen foot and try his best to just pull the bones back into place, and then someone would heal or they wouldn't.
That's what they did with my hand. They didn't even care.
Yeah, like it's when it comes to like resetting bones, it's something you have to do by feel anyway. Like, what the fuck are you sending X-rays to New York for? Use tools in your office for sure. Yeah, like absolutely.
Doc, just shove my thumb back where it's supposed to be.
Yeah,
please.
man. Do you guys remember when doctors would actually treat you? They don't do that anymore. It's not a thing.
Well, you make a lot more money with diagnosis, you know.
Yeah. Well, and referrals and prescriptions. Referrals and prescriptions.
Well,
referrals and prescriptions.
Yes, referrals for sure, because in places like where I live, we don't. The closest orthopedist is an hour away. The closest obstetrician is an hour away, and the closest gynecologist, you guessed it, is an hour away. And so, yes, we do refer a lot of things out because we don't have the specialists that want to come to this area, even though we have plenty of people in this area that would provide them enough business. They don't want to come here because there's no opportunities here. There's no, it's hunting, fishing, and that's pretty much it around here. And like leisure living kind of thing, you know, we don't really have a whole lot of events here. There's really just not a whole lot of social stuff going on. It's mostly a retirement area.
You guys should be allowed to just have a local doctor, or, you know, like yourself, a nurse, someone who knows what they're doing and can just like get paid to help people, you know?
Well, and I'm going to tell you something right now. Half the people that come into our office don't even need to be there.
Right.
Because what they've got going on is not even something that requires an office visit to do, but they do it because they can bill the insurance and get paid for it.
And they're bored. You ever have people come in just want to talk? That always cracks me.
I can't tell you how many times we've had patients come into the office. They don't even know why they're there. They'll say, I don't know why I'm here.
They'll
I'm like,
forget.
I don't know why you're here. It's like, what are you even doing here? I don't know. They told me to come back. And you just did that? You just took the time out of you're that bored. You have nothing else to do. You didn't call ahead and say, hey, do y'all know why I'm supposed to be in the office? No.
When I worked at assisted living, they would do that. There would be elderly people who would like ring their buzzer, and I go see what's going on, and they're like, we just want to see what you were doing. I'm like, I don't have time for your crap.
I
Don't
was
mess with
going
me.
to say, I know
So
some
it's-
elderly people who going to appointments is like their full-time job, and so I could see them just showing up to a doctor's office because
Well, some of
they
them come
thought that
in
was
because
their
they
there
have
you go.
nobody to talk to, and it's
Yeah.
someone to talk to. But it's gotten to the point where what I'll do is the patient comes in, say they're diabetic, and they're coming to have their A1C checked and go over their meds and make sure they're doing what they're supposed to do because, they have to be babysat. So what I do is if I know it's a every 3-month thing that they want us to check it, or every 6 months, however long it's supposed to be, I'll go ahead and tell them, it's like, look, this is what we're going to do. We're going to schedule you an appointment for 6 months. I'm going to order your labs for the week before your next appointment. So if you'll come in the week before your next appointment, get your labs done, then you can come in for your appointment and we can go over all of your stuff and you don't have to make a whole bunch of trips and back and forth and all this stuff. And we just get it done one fell swoop and we don't have to wait on your labs. We'll already have them. And that's usually how we've been doing it. And it works out pretty good until we get a patient from another physician that didn't do anything. And then we have to start all over again. It's pretty crazy. There's a lot of redundancy and ridiculousness that goes in the doctor's offices, and
Maybe
it's
a little chaos, a little entropy,
yeah,
a little bit of a system in disarray.
Yeah.
That might need a reset of some kind or some kind of input, I would say.
I will say this. I think they're actually kind of starting to, at least one person anyway, is starting to listen to what I'm saying about making things a little more, bringing in more continuity of care. And
maybe you're
not
the
wasting
input.
people. Maybe.
Hey, Fido, you're the input the system needs. It sounds
I've got
like.
plenty of ideas of how to make it better, so maybe they'll listen to me. I don't know.
I see Rob popping in, man. I'm glad you came back. I was afraid we lost you there, man. Are you home? Are you in a stable place? It seems like your cell coverage was not good.
Yeah, it's a little bit better. Hey, I just wanted to say though that I think they're in a rush right now. My concern with AI is as it keeps degenerating like it does. My concern is that they're going to merge it with somebody, and they're going to merge it. They're already doing that with organelles. They're using rat brains and connecting them to AI. That to me is a little bit of a problem. You're connecting something that's emulating humanity, and you're connecting it to an array of rat brains, and it's getting weird. So we're going to be in a demon seed type of situation here pretty soon if we're not careful.
Oh, I have a question.
That is very weird.
Do we know how the dude that got the Neuralink is doing? Is he still alive? Is he still with us?
I haven't heard anything about it. I've looked too.
Well, I saw shortly after when he was, I don't know.
Right. They did like a
using
1 or 2 months. They did a 1 or 2 month follow up on kind of a little blurb about him, but I haven't heard any more about him.
It'd be worth looking into. I assume he's okay. We haven't heard otherwise, but Rob, you're a little choppy. Your internet's still not great, but I hope you can at least hear, because I want you to listen to.
I will say that was pretty disturbing what Rob was talking about.
Very, very disturbing.
I'm definitely gonna have to look into that too.
Yeah, that is. I mean, I'm gonna take it with a grain of salt because that it's disturbing for sure.
bring more to the forum on that topic. But I hope, Rob, you can hear at least this. This is where things start getting a little bit headier than I am prepared to understand. I'm hoping that Rob, are you there? Can you give me a little nod and tell me that you are listening?
Yeah, am I sounding okay at this point?
You sound good at different moments, but you were coming in and coming out. But let me play just a few minutes of this, and if there's any moment that you want me to pause, or if anybody does, again, this is a bit above my pay grade.
Now, in the image domain, we're basically simulating exactly this process. You see an image of a dog, and I'm sure you've many times already seen these results before. We successively add noise to this image until we destroy all information contained in this image by following this forward stochastic differential equation. It's pretty much the same one as shown before. But then magically, when you reverse the error of time, you can actually then learn the reverse process, right? And this is essentially what we are interested in when we do generative modeling.
Okay, I'm actually going to pause it there and go to a different clip because he just said the arrow of time. And this is where things are getting interesting. And Rob, just keep listening for now, but I'm sure you will have many things to say.
Everything has an order, everything has an order, and that everything changing somehow disrupts that order, somehow disrupts that order. Imagine time having some kind of entropy.
The idea that change disrupts order and contributes to our understanding of time is a simplified way to look at it, but it helps bridge the gap between abstract physical laws and our everyday experiences. Think of it like this. At the beginning of any process, things might start in a specific organized state. Over time, as events occur, this initial order tends to get disrupted, leading to a state that's more mixed up or disordered. This is a very hands-on way to see how entropy increases. For example, if you had a neatly sorted deck of cards, ordered, and you shuffled them, change, the order is disrupted, resulting in a deck that's randomized, disordered. This increase in disorder or randomness with time is at the heart of the concept of entropy. It's not just physical objects, but also energy distribution that becomes more spread out and less concentrated over time in a closed system. This spread of energy and the resulting increase in disorder is what the second law of thermodynamics describes, and it's a key reason why we perceive time as moving from past to future. In everyday life, this concept is mirrored in how things seem to move from being new and organized to older and less organized, like how a new car eventually wears down, or how a freshly cleaned room eventually gets messy again.
That makes
These
sense.
everyday observations reflect the broader, more complex concept of entropy increasing over time. So, while the scientific concept of entropy and its relation to time might seem abstract, its manifestations can be observed all around us, helping bridge our understanding of physical laws with the intuitive sense of time's passage.
What about things that are supposed to be in a state of entropy? And by that, I mean, I know crystals don't have a plan or an agenda, but they naturally go to the shape of a crystal, that kind of star shape almost, or the octagon, because that is the easiest path of least resistance that they can follow. And so I understand order as, the path of least resistance for energy, but I think that an entropic state, such as a state of struggle or a state of resistance, is actually better for us in a lot of ways. I think it's through challenges that we grow, for example. Do you think that there is a metaphor or even a similar state that we could describe for spiritual or even psychological phenomena
Yin yang.
to our understanding of physical entropy?
The concepts you're exploring touch on profound ideas about the nature of order, disorder, and growth, both in the physical world and in our personal, psychological, and spiritual lives. The formation of crystals provides a compelling illustration of how systems can move towards a state of order under certain conditions, despite the broader tendency towards disorder or entropy in the universe. Crystals form when molecules follow the most energy-efficient arrangement, creating highly ordered structures. This process, known as crystallization, reflects a natural inclination towards a form of order, but within the constraints of the system's energy. Drawing a metaphor from this to personal growth and challenges, we can indeed find parallels. Just as crystals form by seeking the path of least resistance within their environmental constraints, humans and societies often find growth and development through facing and overcoming challenges. In this context, entropy or disorder doesn't necessarily mean a lack of progress or negative outcomes. Instead, it can represent the necessary complexity and unpredictability from which new forms of order and understanding can emerge. Challenges and struggles can be seen as catalysts for change, pushing individuals and communities to adapt, innovate, and grow stronger. This process mirrors the principle that out of disorder can come a new kind of order, a more resilient and adaptive configuration. In psychological and spiritual growth, facing difficulties can lead to deeper self-awareness, new insights, and a stronger, more integrated sense of self. This echoes the way physical systems adapt to their conditions, seeking efficient, stable states even as they evolve and change. Furthermore, the journey through disorder and challenge often leads to a richer, more complex form of order, not unlike the intricate structures of crystals that form under the right conditions.
Okay. I know that was quiet, and I apologize. I will probably try to turn that up post before I, put this episode out. But the idea of crystallization, energy following the path of least resistance, I find, in terms of politics, to be something worth considering, right? I think energy does follow the path of least resistance, and it's why people are often so easily led and, dare I say, crystallized into certain opinions. But that's taking theoretical physics and applying it to psychology, which, maybe is dangerous to do. There is more to this, but any thoughts? We're about to get to the part.
Well, the bottom line is, I think it points to the fact that the spiritual is the infinite and is the energy within this system. That's what they're eventually going to find out.
Yeah. Yeah, and it is. We always talk about that struggle, that resistance, as that's what builds character, right? That's the sweet in is sweet without the sour, that kind of thing. You have to work toward things that are worth it, I guess. You have to actually fight for them sometimes, or at least work toward them. Put willpower toward it.
Kind of like with butterflies. They struggle to get out of their cocoon, but it is that actual struggle that actually strengthens their wings enough for them to be able to fly once they do get out. And kind of like with having a baby, that push through, that being delivered is what actually stimulates the baby to breathe on its own, to actually use its lungs after it's born.
Oh, so that's one of the reasons it's that actually being born and going through the birth canal versus a C-section is an important part of the process.
Right.
Well, that and the biome, the baby tends to pick up a lot of biome through the birth canal that it doesn't through a C-section.
Oh, yeah. Huh.
All right. We're going to go back to this really sciencey one, and this is where I hope Rob might be able to kind of translate for us, perhaps, but it's way too long. I'm not going to play the whole thing, but this maybe 3 or 5 minute section really, I don't know. I found it interesting, even though I only understood about half.
Times already seen these results before. We successively add noise to this image until we destroy all information contained in this image by following this forward stochastic differential equation. It's pretty much the same one as shown before. But then magically, when you reverse the error of time, you can actually then learn the reverse process, right? And this is essentially what we are interested in when we do generative modeling. Turns out that if you flip the error of time of the stochastic differential equation, a new term emerges, and this has something to do with the gradient of the log data density, in other words, the score. And this is quite natural, namely, in order to kind of find back your way to the data distribution, you have to basically climb uphill, right? So you need a notion of data density, and the gradient of the data density enters here. But this is also called the score. Let's revisit these processes again in a little bit more detail. And here I want to introduce a slightly more general notation. Now I call Z the collection of pixel space, X, and potentially some additional dimensions, M. We can think of them as momenta, right? But in general, M can be any extra dimensions that we would like to model with and work with. Now, the forward process here in slightly more simplified version reads as very similar as before. dz equals f times z, so in linear term, plus g, a diffusion matrix, times dw. Right? And this process is, again, the process that destroys information. It runs forward in time, and so it can only increase entropy. Yeah, usually this has no trainable parameters, and we ultimately only want one thing, namely that this process actually converges to a distribution that we can easily sample from, so that when we ultimately invert the process, we can start from that distribution that the forward process converges to. Now, flipping the arrow of time again, we get this reverse process. Again, we have the score entering the gradient of the log density, P of z. Unfortunately, we don't know this, right? This is actually the whole complication. We don't know the data density. But if we knew it, then this would be exactly the reverse of the former process. And it turns out that although we cannot immediately train the score, although we don't know the gradient of the log density, there are certain tricks that nevertheless allow us to train the score and approximate it using a neural network. Okay, so now the gradient is given by S theta. It's a trainable neural network. It depends on position zt, and it also depends on the time index t. And so this process reduces entropy, right? It goes from high entropy down to lower entropy. And we'll skip the details of how these scores are being trained. It's basically a regression task.
Okay, I know that sounded like gibberish, okay? And this is why I wanted to be able to ask Rob, but what he's talking about is reversing the process where data turns to noise. He's talking about taking noise and turning it back into data, which seems to be, at least in what I'm hearing, an essential component of making AI function. Because the noise is inevitable. How do we bring it back from noise to usable data? And what that made me think of, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but it made me think of an engine. Not just an engine, but a piston that it's going from compression to decompression, back and forth, oscillation. This guy's talking about how data goes from data to noise and how they have to reverse that process. And I was playing this board game I mentioned before with some friends just last night, and it was a game with too many rules for me, I believe. It just seemed overly complicated, but somebody described it to me as a engine building game where it's like Monopoly, like the more houses, the more hotels, you're building an engine. It becomes a repetitive cycle of getting points or getting paid or whatever. It's an oscillation. It's a give and take. It's a back and forth, but you're building up momentum. And I know I'm on a little bit of a rant here, but I'm trying to understand how this AI thing works. And this guy's talking about reversing entropy. And Rob might be able to help me. I don't mean to sell anybody else short. If anybody has anything, please give it. But how do you reverse entropy at all, let alone in a computer AI system? I thought it only went like one way. He said that really, he said we have to reverse the arrow of time. And how do you do that? How do you do that?
What
Rob?
It looks like what they're doing is they're introducing noise into, and they're probably also showing destruction, because they did something like this at Los Alamos in an effort to show how certain explosives behave, propagation of the explosion event, the wave fronts, etc., and how it affected different materials, etc., etc. So what it looks like what they're doing is they're showing anything that represents entropy to the model, and then having the model feed back in that sequence back into this new equation, where then the AI can subsequently keep attempting to reverse the pattern to get to the original structured image. Now, once you can do it with a two-dimensional image, then eventually you're going to be able to do it with more complex three-dimensional systems, right? It's like it's basically looks like they're training. They figured out an equation to train the AI to show how basically decomposition on our particular plane occurs, and then gave it away an equation effectively to feed it back into the system to get back to the original.
Rob, it sounds like you're talking about sort of a Rubik's Cube type formula where maybe you don't even necessarily know what you did, but that is sort of like the thing where you have to reverse what you did. But what if you don't know what the inputs, like they would have to know what the inputs were in order to reverse it for sure. So that in itself is a bit of a canned thing.
Well, and that could be dangerous too. I mean, let's be honest, we're basically handing the keys of the universe to something we don't completely understand. That might be a bad idea.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing. This sounds a lot like trying to go backward in time,
Put the genie back in the bottle.
trying to put the genie back in the bottle,
That's
which
right.
is impossible. And it sounds like they're trying to figure out how to become God, and I don't think they're going to succeed. Or this is just one way of figuring out how to make a time machine, and you're not going to be able to, because time cannot ever go backwards. You can't go backwards. You can only go forward.
Well, definitely not without a spiritual morality framework in place
Right.
first, so it has a better understanding of why this entropy occurs, because this entropy occurs and or doesn't occur based on the collective consciousness and intent. It is affected by that, and if it doesn't know that, it might make some very bad judgment calls.
So this term, the arrow of time, is kind of new to me, but like, so I shared the more hippy dippy video that was way too quiet. I think I jumped too far ahead. He talks about the arrow of time. I had never heard of this, but basically the presumption, we might call it, like the assumption that time progresses, that it only goes that one way. That's why I got so confused as this nerdy ass dude talking about, equations I don't understand anything about, but he's tying it in with this, theoretical physics, which I halfway understand. I don't know the math, but I understand the premise of entropy. And he literally says right here, just listen.
This process, you see an image of a dog, and I'm sure you've many times already seen these results before. We successively add noise to this image until we destroy all information contained in this image by following this forward stochastic differential equation. It's pretty much the same one as shown before. But then magically, when you reverse the arrow of time.
When you reverse the arrow of time. Again,
is it arrow or error? Is it arrow or error? I think
believe
it might be error.
I believe arrow. I believe it's arrow.
I wonder if he's just messing up
What are you
his
actually
English.
doing then, though? Like,
maybe I'm overthinking it. I mean, this is way easier to do on a computer, obviously, than it is. Like,
I mean, they do have the
real
reverse
world
arrows right there. I think that.
But
is
if-
Well,
what
and
he's saying.
so the arrow, yeah, okay, so it could be the error, because time does introduce errors, right? Which then leads to the
Right.
destruction of the original
Yeah.
image to the point that it is only noise. And but it looks like they're using canned form of noise to basically destruct the image. So what it's doing is it's making best guess predictions based on what it's seen in the past with that particular pattern of noise that's being introduced to effectively destroy the image. And then it's saying, okay, here's basically, I can try different things to reverse this because this is what I've seen before and this is the pattern. Now, what is interesting and or scary about this is noise is the voice of the universe to some degree, because what noise has, right, every frequency in it right?
Yeah.
So if it's hearing every frequency all at the same time and it's able to decode that noise, in theory, it could decode, quote, the voice of God or creation or what have you.
Yeah, but so yeah, there's many different types of noise, and I find myself thinking about working with Adobe, both with Photoshop and with audio processing, where you can actually remove noise, and the way to do that is to feed it a sample of the noise itself without the audio that you want, and then it can take that sound signature, that frequency signature or whatever, that texture and everything, and just remove it from the audio file. And then sometimes it doesn't turn out without sounding kind of distorted or whatever, but it can be very effective too.
So this is
that is a
where
way of going backwards in time by analyzing it and then just removing what's there, not by like reversing the formula exactly.
Well, no, that's exactly what you're doing, because you're taking you're taking the noise and what you know about the noise, and you're actually regressing it back to other sections of the information, and then basically masking it and saying, okay, let's match it up. What qualifies as noise and what doesn't, right? Because you have signal and noise. So effectively, that's doing the same thing. So it's not too far off.
Yeah.
Okay. I think I'm more or less affirmed in the fact that this is a worthwhile topic. And I would like to go just a little deeper. I know we're approaching 4 hours, but to me, this is interesting in that. So what we're talking about is basically reversing entropy, but it only goes so far, and there's degradation, right? Like this is what Adam Curry was talking about with when he kept feeding the same data back to the same AI. Every time it degraded and got worse, right? Like the distance between data and noise increased.
Right, Mike, can I clear something up real quick?
Sure, go ahead.
This is also so this does have some limitations in that they're basically assuming that entropy is using the same, quote, type of noise that they're using to degrade the picture, which may or may not be involved in that, right? Entropy may have a different format, because we only know what we see, and that is basically effectively white noise, where we see things basically lose, the thermal heat, right? In other words, the shot noise of the universe, effectively. So there's some assumptions here. So let's not get. I guess I shouldn't get too crazy about it.
You just stated much better than I could. Kind of what I was thinking. Yeah.
I'm sure there's lots of assumptions here. Yeah. But in any
guys,
event,
I should really go.
Oh, you got to run. Yeah. Get out of here, Bear.
So thank you. This has been fun reconnecting a little bit, and
man.
I look forward to hearing how you wrap it all up.
Yeah, we're nearly there, I believe. This is pretty much all I have. This one is a mind boggler, but Rob might help me diffuse it here. We'll see.
Good night, guys. Go to
all right, see you, Bear.
Later, dude.
Bearsnare.com. All right. Fido, any thoughts? I mean, I know this is a little
you kind of blindsided me with this one. If I had a little bit of time to prepare, I probably could have come up with something. But I'm also getting stuck on the fact that he's talking about reversing time, and and I have so many thoughts that I'm trying to grab the most cogent one.
What I think
so like he's saying they're introducing noise to the image, and then I guess they're taking the image with the noise and feeding that into the AI, which also increases the noise.
Well, okay, maybe Rob can fact check me here. What I'm understanding from it is that I think the noise is inevitable. This is a problem with AI. What this guy is like a professor teaching people who are designing artificial intelligence, the next generation of computing, whatever. And what he's describing is a problem that exists. The fact that, data degrades. And
I get
how do
Yeah.
we restore what's been lost? Am I on the right track there, Rob?
Yes, and they use this for everything from like cell phone communications to you name it, satellites, etc. They use a version of this.
And that's what I meant
get
when I
that.
said that's what I meant when I said it reminds me of a piston in an engine, and like, this idea of an engine building board game where you're building
Right.
something that oscillates and builds momentum, so to speak. It behaves like an engine where you build more and more points or whatever. To me,
Well-
what I feel like he's describing is the downstroke of the engine, the reversal, right? I'm locked up on him saying the arrow of time being reversed, but he's speaking in terms of mathematics, not in terms of real time.
Regression.
Right.
Okay, so
right.
with something else that kind of stuck out to me, he's saying that they introduced the noise. If the noise was naturally occurring, why would they need to introduce noise?
Right, exactly,
And so
because they
if
have to
that's-
give it a model.
And if they are, artificially inputting noise, don't they already have that information, that input that they can apply to the backward application?
Well,
You know
yeah,
what
you
I'm
have
saying?
to show the AI the full sequence of degradation so it can basically learn how to undo it effectively.
So they're basically teaching the AI how to untangle a ball of yarn.
Yes, exactly it. And you know what's funny is I had a friend of mine, he was a mathematician, and you know what his specialty was?
What's that?
Knots and entanglements.
Entanglements.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, literally. He would do equations based on like a piece of thread that was all like whipped up like spaghetti, and he would do an equation that would supposedly untie it.
I can untangle just about any physical tanglement of yarn. Just give me enough time and I could do it.
I was going to say between
Well,
gardening,
now you just need to go get your PhD.
I know, right? I just need to apply it mathematically.
between
Yeah, that's the
between
hard part.
Yeah.
between gardening hoses and then doing stagehand work with a whole lot of cable for all sorts of things, you learn how to either create a knot or undo a knot pretty quick.
Oh, holy crap! Quarter inch freaking audio cable.
Audio cable's a motherfucker. Yeah,
dude.
My grandmother taught me the secret.
Yeah.
My grandmother taught me the secret to untangling yarn thread, needle thread. You use a needle and you actually pull at the knots. You kind of pull at them each. You stick the needle in through the knots and just pull at all the different angles, and eventually something's going to come loose.
You just reverse time is what you do.
Yeah.
Well, effectively, yeah, because it got tighter and you're loosening it. So yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, okay. I don't know if I'm pulling at strands here, pun intended. But let me just play a few more minutes. There really wasn't too much more that I felt the need to play, but this guy, he eventually starts speaking in like human terms. In fact, I may jump ahead here in a second.
Yeah, and we'll skip the details of how these scores are being trained. It's basically a regression task. Okay. So let's talk about the first part. How do we use our physics knowledge in order to come up and improve existing diffusion models? Now, first of all, it turns out that the design space of proposed diffusion models is pretty large. There have been very basic diffusion processes that were proposed, and there are more advanced versions of it. On the left-hand side, we have one of the most basic constructions. So this is just the variance-preserving stochastic differential equations, or Ornstein-Uhlenbeck process, as it's also known. In this case, F is just a kind of scalar, right? F is just proportional to the identity matrix. Beta is a schedule that may change over time. And this has been also very successful. Turns out with the addition of momenta, essentially the trajectories become smoother. And basically, the hope is then if the trajectories are smooth, you can actually simulate these diffusion equations with a rougher time discretization. So ultimately accelerate sampling. As a function of neural network evaluations. Back in the days, in fall 2023, those were actually sort of pretty much state-of-the-art image results. Of course, the field has changed and improved so fast that nowadays this is no longer state-of-the-art. Yeah.
One very basic question. How do you compute the momentum of an image?
The momentum term?
Yeah.
Oh, it's just...
Okay, I don't know how useful this is. I apologize, guys. I think I used pretty much everything we needed, but like it's a bit above my pay grade, but like this concept that AI is subject, or rather even just math and computing, AI is like, what is AI, right? I think AI is just a fancy word for high level computing, right? Go ahead, Rob.
Just a big chunk of math, basically.
It's just a whole lot of math. It's just a fancy algorithm. And the fact that it's subject to the same laws of physics as everything else, it actually gives me like hope. Like it makes me less concerned. Like I'm not so worried that Skynet will rise per se, because you know what it actually, I think it begs the question of whether or not in order to defeat the AI, is all we have to do unplug personally, like ourselves, right?
The only winning move is to
we're
not
integral.
say.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That is it.
Right.
Yeah, and you know it's funny because we are integral. AI can't exist without us. And whenever AI starts feeding in on its own data, when it starts coming across too many instances of AI generated artwork or AI generated podcast things on the internet as it crawls through the internet to quote learn more, it kind of self-destructs when it runs across its own. When it sniffs its own farts, it blows up. Who knew?
Yeah. That's kind of nice. I like that.
So it has kind of its own built-in self-destruct if it gets too far out of bounds, effectively, which is interesting.
Think about it this way too. It also applies to things like the LGBTQ agenda and the transgender agenda. It's like those communities don't exist outside of. They can't exist outside of heterosexual relationships.
How about that?
If heterosexual relationships didn't exist, they wouldn't exist.
Yeah.
Because you have to have those to be able to have people that are that way.
Well, that's why they have to recruit so hard. That's why you see this 1% or whatever total, maybe LGBTQ total maybe is 10% of the total worldwide community. That's why they have to push so hard, and they have to be so aggressive with their propaganda, because they're ready to collapse on their own.
It's unsustainable.
Yeah, literally, it's built
in.
Well, Rob,
it's inherently unsustainable.
You say what percentage? It depends on what generation, and it depends on what country. But apparently Gen Z is it's like 18% that identify, quote unquote, as anything other than, dare I say, normal.
Yeah, but they lie. They just want to be with the cool kids. There's so many of these chicks who have said that they're, lesbians, and you ask them, have you ever had a lesbian relationship? Well, no. Okay. Well, you've had boyfriends? Yeah. Well, then you're actually straight, and you're just saying things to try and be in the club. And that's what's so dangerous about this groupthink. And again, groupthink is bad for humans, and it's also bad for AI. When AI keeps, quote, engaging in groupthink, basically this AI self-masturbation, what happens? It collapses. There's no reproduction. There's nothing to refill the pot, as it were, right?
Well, it behaves like an ecosystem, and when an ecosystem gets caught in a feedback loop, that just it causes irreparable damage, right? Like it's no different, man. There's nothing new under the sun, whether it's on a hard drive or out in the forest. It's all the same.
And these ideas are expressed as far back as the Bhagavad Gita and a lot of the other ancient texts from other civilizations. They talk about this. It is immutable. It is unavoidable, and the elites think that they can short circuit it somehow.
I like that you use the term
Guys, the way that they're trying to do it.
Well, isn't it weird how some of those ancient geoglyphs or whatever you want to call them, sites, these archaeological digs, they start turning them up and they look just like a goddamn circuit board. How weird is that?
Yeah. Another thing, and I've probably mentioned this before, one of my favorite podcasts out there is one called Fall of Civilizations. And in it, Paul talks about different major civilizations, and he pretty much goes through all the main ones. And then he goes through a few of the more obscure ones that we don't necessarily learn about in high school, that are more like college level anthropology type topics. But the majority, now there are some that didn't follow this rule, but the by and large, most of them fell because of they implemented centralization. So they started consolidating their power at the very, very top of their socioeconomic classes. And usually after that started is when they started declining, because they started limiting basically the inputs. They started consolidating everything, and they ended up collapsing into the dust of time and antiquity. And I just find that interesting, because that's kind of what's happening now, is where the government's the elites are trying to consolidate everything in the government right now. And it's getting worse. Everything's getting worse. And it doesn't seem to be getting any better.
Depop is the easiest way to centralize everything, because you centralize it back into the dirt. And there's no inputs at all. And it sure in the hell seemed like limiting the inputs was what they were trying to do during COVID, with the lockdowns, the massive censorship.
Which, again, I'm going to say doesn't really make a whole lot of sense, because they end up, in the long run, they end up suffering too. Because then they don't have as big of a group to harvest from. You know what I'm saying? Their pool to pull from gets smaller.
They think they've got it all on lock, though. But if you're so hubristic that you think you've got everything on lock and you, quote, don't need anyone else, then you're going to do stupid things like that.
It's like that push that they keep trying to get people to do the lone wolf thing. Like, oh, I'm going to go live by myself out in the woods by myself with just my family. It's like they want you to do that, because you're going to end up killing yourselves off. You're going to do their job for them.
Well, part of me feels like the PSYOP is making me want to think the world's all going to fall apart in 2 days, but I just really doubt it,
I don't think so.
I think
it'll be fine.
It's going to go on.
It'll be fine.
There's going to be some weeping and gnashing of teeth, and a just melodramatic play out, and everybody's going to lose their freaking minds. But no, everything's going to continue going on. They want everybody to think that it's just a big giant freak out, that everyone's going to, it's going to end in riots and all kinds of madness. But we'll move on.
Yeah.
Everyone's so apathetic, including the DNC. Yeah. Even the Democrats, they're done with Kamala Harris. Yes, they're going to probably vote for her, but I also know a handful of people who have had basically midnight turnarounds, and we're like, Kamala sucks. I'm just going to vote for Trump. Yeah. I don't give a shit. Yeah. There's a lot of suicide voting going on where people are just like, you know what? She's so stupid. I can't handle it anymore. I'm just going to vote for Trump for shits. I've met at least a handful of people who were hardcore Democrats that I talked to on and off, and they're like, she's an it. They're finally at the wit's end with her, and they're like, if the Democrats would have ran anybody else, I wouldn't have done this, but I think I'm just going to vote for Trump just for the hell of it. So that's been an interesting turnaround. I did not expect that to happen, and I've seen a lot of people at their wit's end with it to that point, and I was like, what the hell am I witnessing here? It's getting weird.
It's getting weird. I would say it's the tagline of the decade. Honestly, like it's been getting weird for a long time.
Need to go back
in my opinion. Yeah,
we need to go back and look at our first episode where we talked about what the theme for the year was going to be, because I don't forgot what we said it was going to be.
Yeah,
remember we talked about that?
Might have been something like it's getting weird. I wouldn't be surprised.
It probably is.
But given that it's halfway sort of between Halloween and the election, this seems like the place to wrap her up. I started this song earlier and I shit on it a little bit. I said it's not that good. Truth is, the lyrics are not bad, for what I assume to be AI. The video most certainly is AI. But I actually think maybe the lyrics were written by a goddamn person.
But every word's got a hint of trickery beneath. Black suit, black heels, yeah, she's dressed to rule, but that cackle makes the boldest feel like a fool. Policies disguised like treats in the skies, but don't be fooled by those twinkling eyes. The cackle's back, and it's haunting my dreams. It's the spookiest sound, making silence screams. Kamala's here, ready to win, but there's something dark behind that ear-to-ear grin.
Sounded like a chicken.
Not bad, but certainly scary. Like if it is AI,
it's unnerving.
It's pretty good. Yeah,
not
unnerving. Bad. Unnerving. Yes. I like the black heels, black suit, black tie, black eyes, something like that.
Anybody who's still listening at this point, if you get a chance, go to either Spotify. You can find him on YouTube, Jesse Wells, and listen to his song called "The Olympics." That's such a good song. Such a good song.
Right on. I keep thinking we need to get some more musicians to pop in. There's a few I can think of. But in any event, probably time to wrap her up. We already have musicians. I should have said that right off the bat, though. Phytophiliac, Bear Snare, Stella Q. We've had many a musician. We could always have more.
Can't hurt.
Rob does a little fucking beats. He mixes some shit up, doesn't he?
Yeah. I used to be in a few bands, but I just dabble now and just do clips and loops.
You're a dabbler.
Dabble. Yes.
As long as you're not a diddler.
Yabble dabble do. Dabble do you.
Yeah, maybe I'll move to diddler later.
I hope not.
Please don't.
That's where the big money is the diddler.
Yeah.
So we've been told.
Well, just ask Sam Bankman-Fried how his cellmate's doing. Yeah. I who knows if that's even a real thing? I still don't know.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds like money laundering, and they were just trying to cover it up by making it look like, oh my God, never mind. I'm driving. Ambulance just crashed into somebody in a truck.
No shit. Cool. Wow.
Yeah, that was nifty. All right, but they're still on the road and they're driving. They're pulling over now, so everybody's okay, I guess. All right. Yeah, that was exciting. They almost hit the center divider of the merge, and I was like, "Oh, this is gonna be bad." Gave me the willies. Yeah, I got that roller coaster feeling in my stomach. But yeah, they just missed hitting the divider. Oh my gosh! Wow. All right. Anyway, excitement. That's how I know I'm in Albuquerque. Anyway,
you're home.
Ye motherfucking haw.
Welcome home, bitch. You're gonna die now.
Yeah.
Are you sure you're not in Detroit?
This is the Detroit of the Southwest for sure.
Hey, 10-2, Rob. Just 10-2. Just stay on it.
White knuckle it all the way home.
Yeah, big time. I'm glad I fixed my steering before I left. Holy
Right?
shit.
Well, you're a trooper for hanging into the end of the episode, man. I appreciate you. I appreciate you, Fido. Appreciate everybody that was here. Bear Snare, fucking Ando. Who am I forgetting? We had one more.
Drew.
Drew
Yeah,
missing.
Drew. Yeah.
Obviously. Well, folks, as usual, didn't solve nothing, but I'm just curious how things work and talking about reversing the arrow of time and shit. Don't fuck with me like that. Like, yeah, I think maybe the algorithms are they're just optional, man. Let's opt
They need
out.
to supply mushrooms with that video. That's the problem.
Yeah. Well, it's like an hour. It's like an hour, man, and I listened to a lot of it. And again, I'm giving myself too much credit when I say I understood half. That's generous.
I don't understand a damn thing. I have to piece it together from the damn ether of all the different math classes and shit I took.
Yeah. I more get it on the fucking theoretical than the physical, if you catch my drift. But yeah, man, I don't know. It's just like I said, it's actually promising to me that, like, I don't know, entropy applies to fucking AI, it seems, and it doesn't have any advantage over us in terms of how things actually fucking operate. You know what I mean? Like, just another fucking system. Systems, dude. System collapse is actually just that's the thing to keep our eyes on, because it's happening.
Yeah. That's what Depop is. That's what carbon credits are. That's what carbon sequestration is. It's all just one giant means to an end in an effort to cause a system collapse for whatever ungodly reason.
Well, probably just to build up from the ruins, man. Rebelize and build back better. That's seems to be the cycle, Anywho,
build back better.
Build back better. Yeah, well, at least we're living in interesting times, as the beautiful Chinese curse says.
Well, at least we have company for the end of the world. Great company.
Well, 2 more days. I'm honestly gonna be
I got macadamia nut cookies.
I should probably go to the grocery store and get some popcorn, because I'm gonna watch on Tuesday, just as if it's a movie. That's for my own mental health. That's for the best. Yeah. It's reality television and nothing more. Until they take me into the draft, which I'm still a few years away from being out of. Rob, I hope not to be among your ranks as a vet, if I can avoid it.
Well, yeah, I would say it's a much different military right now. You don't want to play in that one. That is a dirty sandbox. The cats have pooped in it too much.
Yeah,
you don't want to play in that sandbox.
Too much toxoplasmosis for me. Thank you.
Yep, they'll rot your brain.
All right, friends. Well, I guess let's send it around the horn before I say my adieu. I'll once again plug Drew missing the point. We had bearsnare.com. We had Ando, Burn Babylon Burn, and I am Mike the Polymath, Easy Peasy Podcast, passing it to Rob.
This is Rob here at the Black Labs Podcast, BLAQLABS. You can hit me up on Telegram. I'm on Facebook now, terrorizing people.
Ooh.
I mean, just ask the FBI. They'll admit to that.
Dude, I was wondering where those screenshots were coming from, because I'm like, I ain't seen you on Instagram in a while, but that's on.
Yeah,
Facebook.
I got kicked off. They shut down my Instagram because I doxed that Emily Gorchensky chick when she came back from Berlin.
For shame.
Oh, darn it. Anyway, well, she was bragging about doxing other people, so I said, oh, you like doxing? Let me show you something. So that's what I did. And she
Took
wasn't
one for the
appreciate.
team. I see how you work.
That's pretty much what I did. I said, "Oh, you're back from Berlin? Wait till the kind of fun you're gonna have here, baby." So you want danger, huh? I'll show you what danger is, baby. So I went ahead and nuked my Instagram to do that docs, and I enjoyed it. And it was much. I laughed, I cried. It was much better than Cats.
So
And,
Uncle Rob is now terrorizing Facebook land.
Yes, I'm on Rob S version. Rob S version as in subversion, but it's SVERSION. So if you want to hear me talk shit on there, you can do that. And sometimes I go live when I'm not in the penalty box. And they take away my. They actually shut down my Meta glasses. They actually shut down my Meta glasses. Did you know they can do that? Holy shit!
I do now.
Because you have to connect your Meta glasses to your Meta account, and your Meta account then is then subsequently connected to your Facebook accounts and your Instagram. Well, I've already been a naughty boy on Instagram, but I got the Meta after the Instagram got shut down. But I renewed when I turned on and activated my Meta glasses. It then said, "Well, oh, we found this Facebook account, blah blah blah. Do you want to link it to that?" And my dumbass did it. Well, they shut off my freaking Meta glasses. I was like, "You bitches!" And then the AI wouldn't help me program anymore. It was that's something for a different time. But just know, they'll get you somehow. They're gonna get you.
Don't buy a Meta car. That's all I gotta say.
Oh, holy shit! The driver right off a cliff. All right, you guys.
meant to do that.
Phytophiliac.
Phytophiliac here. You catch me on Twitter at That Powers Lady. You sometimes hear my music on Media Monarchy if you tune in. You can find my music at all major streaming platforms, and I have my own website now. I'm bonafide plantbasedmusic.org.
Right on. Well, the theme song already played out, and I'm not going to play it again. So thanks for coming, y'all. Once again, a great forum. We have been getting good comments, at least on my feed, when we do forums. So even if they're not every week, they're fun when we do. So there it is. Happy election week, y'all. Don't fucking freak out too much, and we'll catch you next time.
Later, dudes.
Peace.
Amen. Peace out.